Okay, I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for August 9th, 2016. Please call the roll.
Barbara Brenner,
Here.
Red Brown,
Here.
Barry Buchanan,
Here.
Todd Donovan,
Here.
Ken Mann,
Here.
Satpal Sidhu,
Here.
Carl Weimer,
Here.
Thank you. All you may have heard Mr. Councilmember Mann. He is in, where is he? Vermont. And he is calling in tonight for our meeting. Please rise and join me for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Couple of quick announcements. If you have your cell phone with you, please either turn it off or turn it on vibrate. And if you will be handing out any paperwork tonight for any of the public hearings or any of the open public comment, please provide a copy to the staff for our office files. We will move into our public hearings. Could we get back of the room? Could you please lower your voices? Audience members who have signed up at the back of the room prior to the beginning of our meeting will be called first and are asked to form a line behind the signs on either side of the chambers. If you are unable to sign up before the meeting, don't worry, you'll be given a chance to address the council once we've gotten through all the sign-ins. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record and will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Council staff will keep track of your time and will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and we'll let you know when it's time to wrap up. We have 2 public hearings tonight. The first one is a resolution authorizing the sale of Whatcom County surplus property pursuant to Whatcom County Code 1.10. Do we have anything from staff? Seeing nothing, we shall open the public hearing. And we have a few people signed up. Donna Starr.
Surplus?
Surplus sale of equipment? No, I was only talking about the oil train corridor. Okay, that's not this. Isaac Post?
I bet they all.
Okay, Theodore Wieland? Margaret Hashmi? Yes. So you want to speak to us about the sale of Whatcom County surplus property? No, you don't. You want to speak to the next public hearing, comprehensive plan. Okay, that's the end of the signups. Is there anybody else that would like to speak regarding the sale of Whatcom County surplus property? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. What is the wishes of the council?
I'll move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, there's a number of pieces of equipment here that without more information, they look like they're only in their half-life. And just saying something's already been replaced doesn't say to me that it's not usable, or it doesn't say to me also that it's to a point where it costs more to repair it than to get rid of it. Some of these were really nicely worded, you know, obsolete, totaled, that kind of, I get what that means.
Totaled.
Yeah, but this, I just can't do it, and it happens a lot, and it's probably just the degree of information I need, and nobody else seems to need it, but, and I went and talked to 2 mechanics and my husband, who is like incredible with any kind of piece of equipment, and they all said pretty much the same thing on the ones I've got marked, that they're not necessarily, it's not necessary, without further information, you can't tell if they should be surplused or not. So I'm glad to give this to Public Works and maybe give you a whole bunch of ideas of how to make it more understandable to me that these should go. Otherwise, I can't support them. I got a lot of good information, so.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, let's see, this is a resolution. All those in favor of the motion signify with aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed. Okay, I just got a note. Okay, never mind, we got to open this first. The second item is an ordinance adopting Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan amendments relating to the 2016 Comprehensive Plan Update and Urban Growth Area Review. We'll have a quick staff report.
Hi, Forrest Longman, Legislative Analyst for the County Council. The ordinance you have here is the 10-year update to the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan. It's the culmination of a multi-year process that began a staff review, a thorough review by the Planning Commission, and 8 months of review and consideration by the Council. This review has included a robust public process. The first public hearing occurred on January 26th, and the hearing tonight is the 14th public hearing that Council has had on this issue, in addition to Planning Commission public hearings. Council also has heard public comment at nearly every committee of the whole since April. Council received thousands of comments and public and has made hundreds of changes to the comprehensive plan. Council has also forwarded the issue surrounding Cherry Point to the Planning Commission and should expect to hear their report back in January of next year. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. We will open the public hearing, and our first speaker is Barbara Perry.
Thank you, everyone, and council members all. I realize that you are actually volunteering much of your time. You really should pay yourself more. But the reason I am here is about the comprehensive plan. And it's my understanding that you all are supposed to be following the law. The law says the treaty should be honored. I have worked for 20-some years for the tribe, and too few times has the treaty been honored. Already, our sound is so polluted, it's disgusting. They couldn't even fish this year. And the idea that you are going to allow wealthy people to be building on land and destroying, which they already did, and they were not fined what they should have been fined. If they want to make jobs, they can make jobs in redoing the land that they destroyed, and you let them get away with penny fine. But that's all I'm going to say, because you're going to hear lots about the comprehensive plan. And the other thing I want to say is that I see that somebody has tried to slide in a new jail, even though the citizens have voted against that jail. Well, it seems to be the people who are trying to slide in that new jail should go to jail. It's disgusting. I mean, why, when citizens voted, and it cost us money to vote, and we all came out and voted against the new jail. The jail should be reworked, and it should not be rebuilt with all the money that is being wasted. So that's what I have to say. I'm sure you'll hear more. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to our last sign-in sheet. We'll start with Donna Starr, Isaac Post, and Theodore Whelan. Please come on down.
Good evening, council members, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate your taking the time to hear me. I was listening to something on the radio the other day, and it made me think about the oil corridor for trains coming through for the oil corridor. And I just wanted to speak to the fact that we know that coal and oil that's going to China comes back to us as air pollution and cheap products, which make it hard for us to get good jobs provided in the United States. And perhaps it's time to stop polluting with extracted materials that harm our society in lots of ways. They're dangerous as we ship them across our land and our water, and they're hazardous to our economy and our health as we receive them back as pollutants and cheap products. And I hope that you would make sure that that doesn't happen in our new plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I am Donna Starr.
Isaac Post, Theodore Whelan, then Margaret Hashmi. No Isaac?
That must be Isaac.
You're going to pass?
Oh, we got to remember this one.
Okay, Theodore Whelan and
Open session.
open session, okay. Margaret Hashmi.
Margaret Hashmi, Bellingham. Am I talking long enough? Loud enough? There was some discussion at.
Just pull it up to you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not expert on this. There was some on the Commerce Clause. There was some talk about that the lawyers from the fossil fuel industry talked about the Commerce Clause, and the Commerce Clause, in a very short words, robs us of our democracy. There are very few people, and they're making decisions irregardless to the health of our county. And I know this is it's a very difficult situation. We're little people, and they're big people, very big people, and they must be very scary to you. They are scary to me. And I would like you just to consider that you don't have to save democracy, all of it by yourself in America, but just in this county, that you try to stand up against the fossil fuel industry, and don't let them scare you by the Commerce Clause, and do what is right for the health of our county and the health of our nation and the health of our world. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Alexander, Junga Sabadir, and Joseph Metzger.
Hi, I'm Edward Alexander. I recently learned that there's a provision in Appendix E of the comprehensive plan. It's on pages 13 and 14 if you haven't seen it. But it says that the county plans to construct a new adult corrections facility within the 6-year planning period. The cost of the facility is approximately $112 million. And that was very surprising for me to see because, of course, we did have a vote last year. There was a referendum, and that was a $100 million facility that was voted down by the public. And something that came out of that, or the discussions leading up to the referendum, was that this incarceration alternatives and reduction task force was formed. So I understood that the purpose of that was to think about other ways to spend the money, because maybe that $100 million shouldn't all be spent on a bigger facility. Maybe it should be spent on a facility of equal size, or maybe even a smaller facility. But what we have in this plan is a new figure, $112 million, so it's even more. which is, by my math, a big increase in incarceration potentially. So the plan explicitly leaves the exact capacity of this facility open. It says we're not addressing that in this plan. We'll be considering that later. But the funding, the amount that's going into this facility, rather than into incarceration alternatives, is $112 million. So that, to me, says that the 512-bed facility that was proposed to the voters for $100 million last year, it's going to be at least that big. So a 512-bed facility is a very big increase. Right now, if you add our current jail capacity of, or right next to us, of 212 inmates, if you add that to the 150 that we have at the capacity at the minimum security facility, our capacity is 362 right now. That's how many people we can incarcerate in Whatcom County. A 521-bed jail would be a 70% increase.
30 seconds, please.
So I asked the council to, as soon as it can be done, to take that provision with this figure of $112 million out of the plan, because that is still being discussed and considered, and a lot of people want to actually reduce incarceration, not increase it.
Okay, Junga?
Hello, council members. My name is Janga Subedar, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm not sure, I'm also here to speak on the Appendix E regarding funding for the new jail. And I know that it's probably been approved, and so I would ask that at the earliest time possible that it would be removed, or at least some members would feel comfortable making a formal statement against it, because as the prior speaker has spoken, it was voted down last November, and we feel like that is the wrong thing to do and the wrong thing to have and fund for the county. The question should not be about building a new mega jail. When we started, the question was solving an overcrowded and unsafe jail. The solution should address the real problems and not come down with a hammer for issues like mental illness, poverty, and low-level offenses. We need to stop punishing and criminalizing our people, especially people of color, the mentally ill and poor. They need us to support them, not jail them. They are not just criminals. Many times they are people like you with families or individuals who will have children of their own one day. Statistics show that children of incarcerated or formerly incarcerated people have a 70% rate of ending in jail or prison themselves. They need counseling. They need more safe and clean housing, help navigating a flawed criminal justice system, and other support services. These are less expensive and more effective than a new jail complex. Let's expend our time and energy for real solutions like housing support services and diversion programs. As elected officials and members of this community, we have an obligation to do right by our fellow community members and lead with knowledge, resources, and compassion you all have, and forge a path for this community to a safer, healthier, happier community. This means expending your energies and time for solutions that reduce jail and prison needs, and an increase in effective, healthy solutions and alternatives to jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph? And then Kaya Gran and Warren Shea.
Hello, council members. My name is Joseph Metzger. I'm also here to bring light to Appendix E, Chapter 7 of the proposed comprehensive plan. I also am concerned with the language that the county plans to go forward with a $112 million jail, even though that was rejected last year. I believe that reducing incarceration should be a goal in this county, not increasing it. And I ask that the council amend that section to reflect that reducing incarceration is a commitment in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaya, then Warren Shea, then Tiana Noel Walker.
Hello. I see the need to address the substandard conditions that our current inmates are in the Bellingham jail. That needs to be addressed. However, proposing this new huge jail that would dramatically increase the number of people who are being put into jail is not the way to fix the problem. It's part of the problem. There are more African Americans under correctional supervision now than there were slaves in 1850. This new jail proposal is part of the system that we need to drastically fix. By approving this new jail, by approving this new jail, you're colluding with the system that directly targets minorities, people of color, and the poor. For a town that claims to be progressive, we need to step up. Council members, you need to step up. We need to address the issues that lead to incarceration, and such as poverty and drug addiction. By linking the struggles with racism and poverty, we can build unity instead of tearing people apart. So I'd like to urge you to, instead of putting so much money towards an incarceration program that will only further the problems in our world, to think about funneling that money towards preventative care, jobs programs, and things that will actually make a difference in the lives of people so they don't have to commit crimes and end up in our jails. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kaya Gran.
Good evening, Council. Warren Shea, live in Bellingham. As far as the environmental components of the comp plan, all I can say is wow. When I first commented about the comp plan a few months ago, I noted it had the potential to serve as a model for other communities nationwide. And in many ways, by George, I think you've done it. There is an embarrassment of riches here. Measures to prevent urban sprawl, maintaining the Bellingham and Birch Bay UGAs, and renewable energy policy goals that will establish a climate impact advisory committee and the promotion of renewable energy projects such as anaerobic digesters and wind energy. And finally, providing clean water policies that will benefit everybody, including farms and fish. I particularly embrace a policy 2A15, which mandates water availability before future development can occur. With a 35% population increase projected in the next 20 years, that's 75,000 more people, folks. Implementation of policy 2A-15 is crucial. In fact, these astronomical population increases, which will pose a huge burden on our resources, underscore the need for much more stringent land use regulation. Also, I'm pleased with the formation of the Climate Impact Advisory Committee, because if we are not actively working to reduce climate change, then we are dooming ourselves to a bleak future. So these are proactive, forward-thinking actions that will help protect our little corner of the world and from which future generations will greatly benefit. But despite all this good stuff, I'm still worried. There is still work to be done. I wholeheartedly support the fossil fuel export amendments and understand they now reside with the Planning Commission. I humbly beseech you to steer these amendments through the commission quickly so that they can serve the purpose for which
30
they are
seconds,
intended.
please.
To prevent future fossil fuel export projects. Finally, thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. I know your job is not an easy one. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiana, then Stephanie Manzo, then Christopher Granis.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for volunteering your time and energy, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Tiana Knoll, and I'd like to talk about Appendix E, Chapter 7. This jail is an abomination for the Bellingham community. On behalf of myself and the Black Lives Matter chapter of Bellingham, I'd like to say that we absolutely reject this proposal to build this jail, which would facilitate more mass incarceration for people of color and the homeless and poor population here. It would increase incarceration by 70% despite 20 years of declining crime rates. These are massive costs, not only environmentally and socially, but also morally for our community, especially our community of color. The money that we could use to build our community instead of building a $112 million jail could be essential to a positive future for our community, our Bellingham community. Again, I and the Black Lives Matter chapter of Bellingham do not endorse this jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie, and then Christopher, then Eric Hurst.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Manzo. I live in the Columbia neighborhood with my partner and my 2-year-old son. And we moved here not too long ago. It was about 3 years ago, and largely it was because it's such a beautiful area and also because it's known as being this really progressive community. And I too want to talk about the jail. I feel like spending $112 million in a different way is a really incredible opportunity for us to fulfill that reputation as a progressive community. Because I don't want to insult your intelligence. You already know that a majority of the jails are filled with people who have mental illnesses, who are struggling with drug addictions, and they're not criminal. We have these facts and this information, right? But we're in this time where it's really hard to align our priorities with the facts and the information that we have. And really that's what's criminal. By reinvesting this money in rehabilitation, we're not only going to be helping out folks who would otherwise be jailed, but think of all of the people who are rolling out of university right now with degrees in social work and counseling and psychology, and these folks need jobs, and they're just waiting to be healers. And so let's give them that opportunity to have jobs that are meaningful. And lastly, if this jail is built, which I don't think it's going to be, if it is built, in order to be justified and successful, it needs to be filled, right? So who is it going to be filled with? As we already mentioned, people struggling with mental illness, people struggling with drug addictions, and there will be, as there has been, the targeting of black and brown folks. And you know the situation, a broken taillight turns into a broken family, and then the system is just sustained. And this just isn't a way to orient our society, especially in the Pacific Northwest, where we lead the country. They look to us when trying to figure out, what does a progressive society look like? So ultimately, I'm here because I do believe we're going to stop the jail, and I want to invite you to join us so we can be a united effort, because we do need to unite right now. Because we do need community protection, but not from the folks on the streets. We need community protection from climate change. We need community protection from corporate interests, not just us. You guys need it too. And we're in this together. I really do believe that. So let's unite there. Especially in this case, let's invest our resources in mental health.
30 seconds,
And
please.
let this be the time that Washington starts taking care of its most vulnerable people, because that's how societies and communities get remembered. That's how they become legendary, when you take care of your vulnerable people. Thank you so much for your time.
Christopher, then Eric, and then Mary Kay Robinson.
Thank you. I am Christopher Granis, and I want to thank you all for the good work that you do. I'm also very much impressed with your work on the comprehensive plan. Although I agree with the folks who believe that $112 million could be better spent keeping people out of jail than building a bigger jail. Primarily what I'm here for tonight, though, is to urge you to support Carl Weimer's amendments discouraging fossil fuel export projects. There are rewards, financial rewards, for a few, very wealthy, from exporting fossil fuels, but the risks are borne by everybody in our community, and even further. The Puget Sound is in trouble. We don't need to increase the risk with increased tanker traffic. The Columbia River Gorge is at risk by oil trains. The population centers between here and the Balkan oil fields are all at risk. And so the risk is borne by citizens. The reward is enjoyed by the very wealthy. Once again, thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Eric, then Mary Kay, and then Jean Carmen.
Hi, I'm Eric Hurst from Bellingham, and I'm going to repeat some of what Warren and Christopher said and say thank you. You put in an enormous amount of time, effort, energy into reviewing the comprehensive plan, listening to comments from all kinds of people with different perspectives related to economic development, population growth, environmental quality, and I think you've done a really good job of trying to balance competing interests and come up with a plan that probably satisfies no single interest, but probably does serve the greater good over the long term. Of course, I would have liked stronger protections for environmental quality, but overall, I'm really impressed with what you've done, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Kay, then Jean, then Jane Bright.
Mary Kay Robinson. I'm the president of the Whatcom County Association of Realtors, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the association and the clients that we serve. And I'm asking that you postpone the adoption of the comprehensive plan tonight, and there's several reasons. First of all, Bellingham and Linden have not completed their portion of the plans, so how can the county omit the work of not one, but two cities in our county, one of which is the largest residential and employment center, and consider this as complete and ready to go? Bellingham has a huge influence on countywide planning, so how can we be missing that piece and rationally consider voting on the plan tonight? That doesn't make sense. Number two, the urban fringe plan is no longer consistent with the Bellingham comprehensive plan or the Whatcom County plan. How can such inconsistency make it okay now to adopt the comp plan as is? Number three, the city of Bellingham stated in a 2009 memo that vacant land that we currently have, quote, is highly impacted by generally high quality environmental features, which is why these areas have been left vacant so long, and they've been coming in at the higher end of the spectrum with regards to buffer requirements. This is a memo from Mr. Ockett. Mr. Ockett then goes on to say that the circumstances, quote, likely overstate future build-out capacity in the county's numbers. The senior planner of the Whatcom County's largest city admits that the numbers are likely overstated. What has suddenly changed, and how is this not an issue for the county? Number four, Bellingham land capacity analysis is fundamentally flawed. This is proven by the very first example with the Dewey Valley UGA last year. The city estimated the building capacity was cut to less than half when myself and others testified on this. This was just the first annexation. What will happen to the rest of the parcels? The same thing as the city has done no ground truthing, looking at pipelines and wetland buffers, etc. Number five, Bellingham's over-reliance on urban villages is a nice idea, but it's not based on fact. City staff has not produced any evidence of urban village success as it applies to Bellingham in the numbers that they're proposing. High-rise urban villages are expensive to build, and rents have to be high enough to justify those costs, which means a high-paying job base in Bellingham, which we don't have. I urge you to read Perry Eskers' letter that he submitted earlier today, review the exhibits, consider the points that he made. His letter is clear and logical and brings up many questions and legal concerns. To do the job you're elected to do does take time and thoughtful consideration. There's no need to rush this.
30
One more
seconds,
month is not
please.
going to make a bit of difference and will allow you time to gather complete information from Bellingham and Linden and allow time to thoughtfully consider all the testimony given to you. Smart people take time to consider all the facts, and we have questions, and have those questions answered before rendering a 20-year decision. And I know that's exactly who we elected. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And, Ms. Robinson, at the special committee of the whole this afternoon, we actually talked about several of the points that you raised. You may want to listen to the audio.
Yes.
Okay, Jean, and then Jane, and then Roger Omskar.
My husband and I would like to.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Oops, I am short. Okay. My husband and I would like to congratulate the council for its many forward-looking recommendations that take climate change into account. Your commitment to following the science is evidenced by your citations of such studies as the one completed last November by the U of W Climate Change Group puts you on firm footing. We are especially supportive of efforts to preserve trees and green belts, to protect prime farmland, our water supply, and our health, and to encourage clean energy and other job generation projects that will last until the next century. Carl Weimer's amendments to discourage fossil fuel exports from Cherry Point are really job preservers, not job killers. A major spill from a tanker in the Salish Sea would destroy many jobs, not only in the fishing and shellfish industries, but also in supporting industries such as boat building and net manufacturing. An important food source would be reduced or destroyed, not to mention the way of life of an entire native culture. As the number of large tankers increases, so does the chance of a large spill. The cumulative effects of multiple small spills would have the same results. If a coal port were to be approved, the number of coal trains would dramatically increase. Trains spewing diesel exhaust and coal dust have been noted as health hazards by local physicians. The piles of coal awaiting shipment would also create problems. Toxic coal dust would seep into the ground and the ocean, further decimating herring spawning in the area and also damaging native artifacts. Additionally, the noise of cargo ships has demonstrated ill effects on marine mammals. As a daughter raised in a working class family, I am fully supportive of the need to attract family wage jobs to our area. But most jobs boasted of by advocates of these projects are short-term and low wage. As other countries, including China, cut back on fossil fuel burning because they have ample evidence that burning them is killing their people, not making them rich, the jobs will be gone, but the damage to our resources will be permanent. The other thing I value about being raised in this religiously conservative working class family
30 seconds, please.
was their adherence to the Bible's admonition to dress and keep the garden in which we have been placed. My personal experience of climate change is that we have not been doing this. The roiling, hammering balls and the salmon chasing them, which used to surface in front of my house, are gone, as are the starfish and limpets that used to populate the rocks on our rocky beach. Climate change is real. Let's do our part to attenuate its impact. Let's make the wise decision and move into a world where sea life isn't being destroyed by warm, acidic effects of carbon. Streams are not decimated by lack of snowpack, and trees and shrubs are not dying for lack of rain. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Jean Carmine. Jean Carmine, and my husband's name is Steve.
Okay, Jane, then Roger, and then David Kirshner.
Good evening. My name is Jane Bright, and I am a recent arrival in Bellingham from New England, where I worked for about 18 years on energy issues, particularly from the standpoint of pollution. Tonight, however, I'd like to talk about the economics of energy, because I think it's particularly relevant, and I think it speaks in great support of Mr. Weimer's amendment to limit fossil fuel expansion. Let's get this on the table right now. A healthy community has a healthy economy. Everyone is in agreement that we need to grow jobs, and that is precisely why I think we should be supporting this amendment. Let's look at what's happening with coal, for starters. Coal is a 19th century fuel, and in this country, coal usage is going down, being put out by natural gas, conservation, and renewables. A lot of renewable doesn't even get counted. It's the renewables on our roofs don't get counted very often. In China, they're having protests over pollution. Something like 400,000 people a year are dying from pollution in China, and 80% of the Chinese population say that the environmental wellness is a priority for them. And in the transportation sector, when we look at what's going on with our refineries, what's happening in the transportation sector? Where's the action? Tesla, electric cars. Google, electric self-driving cars. And Apple, all electric cars. If you look over the next 20 years, which is the assignment of this plan, the role of fossil fuels will diminish. Now, they're not going to be gone during my lifetime, but they are going to go down, and putting more infrastructure in there is expensive, and the rate of return is about 30 to 50 years. So if we build it, we're going to be stuck with it for a very long time. In contrast, I would like to see our business community and you folks really work on advocating and promoting the assets of Whatcom County. We have incredible infrastructure in terms of the transportation infrastructure, the Deepwater Port. We have educational institutions. We have culture. We have an enviable lifestyle, medical complex. We're right adjacent to the biggest trading partner of the entire United States. And yet, if you look at the business section of the Seattle Times, you don't find Whatcom County mentioned. You don't find Bellingham mentioned. What are we doing to tell this good story, to attract the jobs that are the jobs of the future? If you go to the Museum of Flight, there are
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. There are jobs there that the wings on the airplanes used to be sewn on by seamstresses when the wings were made of silk. Those jobs are gone. They're still making airplanes, they're still making wings, but jobs change, and we need to be ready to change with them. But investing in fossil fuels is not going to help our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger, then David Kirshner, then Doug Panic.
Thank you, council members. Roger Almskar, land use consultant. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of a fairly new organization in the county called the Whatcom Affordable Housing Group. We formed out of the local Building Industry Association, the local realtors, and the local property rights chapter. So Mary Kay Robinson made some very good statements, and I'll try to avoid repeating those. So here we have two business professional organizations and one civic organization. We turned in a letter today at your office at about noon, 5 pages. I hope you had a chance to read it. I know that's late notice. I think, frankly, the reason we're doing this is not just because we're worried about how much money we might make or not make. We're concerned that, frankly, in Bellingham, the Bellingham area right now, it's not so true in Linden or Ferndale or other parts of the county, but Bellingham has a big housing problem, and frankly, I think it's the most serious problem that Bellingham has at this moment. When median prices of used houses are 6 or 7 times a personal, normal household income in the Bellingham area, that's a real problem. Normally, you can't get financing unless the price you're paying is about up to 2 or 3 times the house, and the vacancy rate is close to 0. So we did also submitted a letter on July 26th with a copy of a report by a professional analyst on the housing issues. And frankly, looking at other stuff and things in the record, I think Mr. Lewis's report is probably the single most informative item that's in there. I hope you will read it. In fact, I'll echo Mary Kay's request that you do delay action on this and look at the testimony. She talked about land supply, and I think of the 5 main issues in the housing problem locally, that land supply is the most basic. The other issues are choices in housing. We want people to have as many choices as are possible. Large, small, multi, single, you name it. The permit process has problems. Permission costs are very high these days. A typical permit for a new house in Bellingham runs around $30,000. And there are some legal issues that our attorney, Brad Swanson, sent a letter in last week. So land supply, and for reasons that have already been cited, is the major flaw in the city and the county comp plan. And our letter suggests some remedies to that, including moderate expansion of urban growth areas. couple of other points on the buffer, or the land supply issue. There are a couple of large areas in the city, the South neighborhood and the Savage Hill neighborhood, that are zoned for 20,000 square foot lots. That's a pretty low density in today's GMA, the brave new world of growth management. And yet, though, especially the South neighborhood does not have adequate sewer, so builders cannot go in there and build affordable houses because there's no sewer. So this is where Bellingham's numbers are inflated. Thank you.
Thank you. David, then Doug, then Clarissa Mansfield, excuse me.
My name is David Kirshner, and I live on Lummi Island. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and to reinforce much of what's already been said. I am here to commend your efforts to prevent urban sprawl, encourage clean energy jobs, protect water quality, fisheries, and farmland. A specific amendment that I support is the transfer of development rights to shift density from agricultural lands to existing urban areas. I also support increased funding of diversion programs to reduce the need for more jail capacity. I would like to express my support for Councilmember Weimer's amendments regarding fossil fuel exports from Cherry Point. We need to restrict future fossil fuel projects at Cherry Point to protect public health and our fisheries from unacceptable risks. As has already been explained by other speakers. If I lived in the blast zone of the rail transport corridor, I would be fearing for my life. I've looked at those maps, and it is really a dangerous situation we have here. As many of you know, in 2013, 47 people lost their lives due to exploding Bakken crude oil from North Dakota in a town in eastern Canada. A derailment within the Bellingham city limits could lead to a similar catastrophic explosion. In addition, commercial fisheries could be devastated by a marine accident involving tanker traffic. In 2015, an analysis found that fossil fuel projects already planned could increase total large vessel transits in the Salish Sea by 37%. The more vessels transiting Salish Sea waters, the greater the risk of a major crude oil or fuel spill. I urge the Council to approve restrictions on new fossil fuel projects as soon as possible to protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug, and then Clarissa, and then Mike Sennett.
Hi, my name is Douglas Panic, and I was born and raised in Bellingham, and I still live here to this day. I would like to thank you all for your work on the comprehensive plan. I know this was a long, hard process, but I think you have come up with a good plan, and I hope it is adopted. I really appreciate that the Birch Bay and Bellingham urban growth areas were not expanded. I believe the new policy 2A-14, which includes measures for a workable transfer of development rights, is a great benefit to our region. I am very excited by the prospect of support for renewable energy jobs, especially the end to the moratorium on wind energy in policy 7G-4. I appreciate the focus on clean water for farming, fisheries, and people, including the new policy 2A-15, which ties land use and development decisions to water availability. These are just a few of the many things I like about the new comprehensive plan, and I encourage you to approve it. But your job isn't done yet. I encourage you to expedite the addition of Carl Weimer's amendments discouraging future fossil fuel export projects at Cherry Point as an amendment to the comp plan. Speed is of the essence, as a new fossil fuel project could be grandfathered in while the amendments are stuck in the Planning Commission. So I urge you to be quick about adding Carl Weimer's amendments. And in addition, I also discourage the $112 million for the jail, too. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Clarissa, then Mike, and then Paula Rotunde.
Hi, my name's Clarissa Mansfield. I live in Whatcom County in Bellingham. I've lived here for close to 20 years now, and I'm deeply committed to this place and this community. I want to thank the County Council for all the important work you have done and you've put into this comprehensive plan. I want to express appreciation and support for the policies that have been added that strengthen our watershed, support renewable energy jobs, and establish a climate impact advisory committee. I also want to thank you for not expanding the Birch Bay or Bellingham's urban growth areas. I also want to express my full support for the amendments pertaining to Cherry Point drafted by Councilman Carl Weimer. I really appreciate his responsiveness to and representation of the many people in this community who have repeatedly expressed a desire for these important issues to be addressed. I understand these amendments are currently being reviewed by the Planning Commission, and while I'm in support of ensuring that there is always an appropriate public process, I also worry about the possibility of new proposals being submitted for new projects at Cherry Point during the time these amendments are being reviewed. I'm therefore also requesting that this process be expedited as much as it possibly can be. I was under the impression that the Planning Commission had previously already reviewed these amendments. If that is the case, that should strengthen the appeal of my request for an expedited process. I encourage you to do everything you can to keep moving forward on this, because every day that goes by is another day that the community risks becoming involved in another potentially long, drawn out, or short, dangerous proposal for our project at Cherry Point without the necessary protections for which these amendments account. Thanks again for all of your work and for considering my feedback and request.
Thank you. Mike, then Paula, then Brad Owens.
Good evening, Mike Sennett, Bellingham. I was going to wear red like some of my compatriots, but I'm in mourning for Chapter 2. Excuse me for any slowness or slurring of speech. I'm recovering from recent back surgery and I'm more medicated than usual when I'm up here. I didn't want to miss this last call for the comp plan. I also have a written comment for your reading pleasure. I'll get my one gripe out of the way. I'm disappointed about the Chapter 2 Vanishing Act. If you were a football team, it would have been a punt on first down late in the game. Now you've got to get possession of the ball back, and with Carl Weimer's Cherry Point UGA amendments doing the blocking, complete the winning drive. We'll be rooting for you, but we don't want the game going into overtime if it hasn't already. Continuing the sports metaphors, I want to thank the council team for tackling some big issues. Holding the line on UGAs will preserve the county's interesting mix of urban and rural areas and will protect my beloved former home of Birch Bay. Lifting the ban on wind turbines was a great call, and along with the creation of the Climate Committee is a forward-thinking path into our future. I'm especially glad that the council has taken action on water. Its quantity and quality can no longer be ignored, take it for granted, and it is a finite and now unpredictable resource. You have recognized the importance of the shellfish industry, worth millions of dollars of investment and income to the Lummi Nation and local growers, and have recognized it deserves protection from upstream upland pollution that forces closures of beds. I urge the council to work with the Department of Ecology to mitigate this problem. Some folks hereabouts don't like big government, but that is inevitable and necessary given the county's population increases, both in the 2.5 decades I have lived here and what is projected for the next 20 years. More people, more rules. I guess they don't teach that anymore in the schools. Lastly, I want to commend the council for taking action on an issue I am very concerned about. Although there is no danger now, there is oil under our feet and only one way to get at it. I have told family and friends that if New York had suffered the fate of Pennsylvania, I would never go back. If that happened here, I would leave. Some people might like that. So thank you for banning hydraulic fracturing in Whatcom County.
30 seconds, please.
For all the reasons above, I urge passage of what you have accomplished so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula, then Brad, then Sandra Randall.
Paula Rotundi, Blaine. I support Carl Weimer's amendments, and I'm concerned about Council's decisions and comments regarding proposed changes to the comp plan, Chapter 2, Land Use Cherry Point. The U.S. Constitution's Commerce Clause gives Congress exclusive power to regulate commerce with Indian tribes.
County Council does not have the authority to regulate the commerce of Indian tribes. The courts have determined that in the U.S. Constitution, the word commerce means commercial exchanges in any and all forms, including communications and the passage of persons for either business or pleasure. County Council does not have the authority to regulate, impede, or interfere with the commerce of Indian tribes, including where or when Indian tribes can fish or travel the shores and waters of the Salish Sea. I request that Council be advised that it does not have the authority to regulate the commerce of Indian tribes. And I request the Council be advised of its lack of authority to permit development in the Cherry Point area that interferes with or impedes the commerce of Indian tribes. And I request the Council consider that pursuing policies now in the comp plan that would encourage or permit new additional projects at Cherry Point may invoke a challenge jeopardizing previous projects the Council has permitted at Cherry Point. Also, the courts have determined that the Commerce Clause does not prevent states and local governments from having the authority to regulate interstate commerce when the regulation is for a legitimate and reasonable interest in protecting public health and safety. The courts have determined that state local governments' interest in regulating for the benefit of public health and safety outweighs interstate commerce concerns. A prominent example is that the courts allow states and
30
local
seconds,
government
please.
to regulate tobacco commerce. So I request that Council be advised of the legitimate and reasonable public health and safety concerns of transporting crude oil and coal through our county, and request the Council be advised that it does have the authority to regulate crude oil and coal commerce in our county to protect public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad, then Sandra, then Mike Curran.
Good evening. My name is Brad Owens. I'm a resident of Whatcom County. First of all, I'd like to urge the council to postpone adoption of the comp plan this evening. I'd like to piggyback on to Roger Almskar and Mary Carey Robinson's comments in regard to that subject. As president of the Northwest Jobs Alliance, I'd like to talk to you about jobs, and more specifically Chapter 2 land use in Cherry Point Industrial Zone and how that affects the welfare of Whatcom County. As you all know, there's thousands excuse me, of families that enjoy their livelihood, their familyhood, if you will, as a result of jobs at Cherry Point. The amendments that were brought forth to the comp plan by Carl Weimer severely put those incomes in jeopardy. And the notion that we can limit the output of the oil refineries and have any kind of a significant effect on the fossil fuel consumption in Whatcom County is just not realistic. We, the consumers, our society creates the demand. The refineries produce the supply. As long as we demand it, they're going to supply it. If we limit their ability to supply it, it's going to be imported from other areas. It's still going to be consumed. So the emphasis should be on consumption, not production. We are the cause of the supply, the production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra, then Mike, then Beth Brownfield.
Good evening. Sandra Randall, Bellingham. I have read Councilmember Carl Weimer's amendments discouraging fossil fuel export projects at Cherry Point, and I support them. I believe that climate change is upon us, and we must keep fossil fuels in the ground. The Seattle horticulturist has gotten many calls about the dying trees around Green Lake. And she stated that the trees are dying because of the drought in 2015, so they're just showing up now. But she also said it is because our climate has always had misty rains almost continuously. And now we are getting downpours that are intermittent, and the trees are not used to that. And she stated this is a sign, if people want to look around, of climate change. I read also that the military has put forth a bill in Congress to protect their bases from what they view in the future as ocean levels rise. So to me, that's all evidence that climate change is real and something that we need to really be concerned about. Also, when Wall Street and the colleges turned away from investing in fossil fuels, I thought they were realizing that the future has to be in a different direction. This is our chance to not only protect our beautiful area, but also to protect the planet. I am originally from Michigan, and I also worked with the Sierra Club on the 10% deposit on bottles, the returnable bottles. And the one thing that I did realize, and that bill was passed, and it made a really big difference in the environment. The one thing I realized, though, is a strategy of big business that we had to fight all the time, is they have lawyers and they have lobbyists that they pay, and they can keep coming back, and they can wait as long as they want to. And it is the strategy of thinking, people aren't going to hang around. They're going to get tired. They're going to forget about this issue. And the only thing, I guess, that I really want to say is we are still here because we are still really concerned. And I appreciate all of your work, too, and especially the urban sprawl. I think that is just really important, and keeping our drinking water safe and encouraging clean energy jobs. And I've heard that has really worked, that we are creating jobs.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Mike, and then Beth, and then Eric Thomas.
Hi, my name is Mike Kern, Ferndale resident, Whatcom County resident for the last 25 years. I've been a member of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, for just about coming on 25 years now. I'm currently the chairman of IBEW Local 191 Bellingham unit. Firstly, I'd like to compliment you guys again on such great work you've been doing on this comprehensive plan. And I'd also like to echo some of Brad Owen's sentiments about the job issue when it comes to Cherry Point. It's not just Cherry Point. Over 25 years, almost 25 years now working in the trade, I'd say maybe 1/3 of my income has come from working at the refineries in the area. However, so many other jobs that I've worked on were largely, or at least partially, largely funded by revenues generated by the refineries, such as schools, local community projects. And so there's more of a trickle down there. You know, it's not just the money that people are making out at the refineries. It affects a lot of things going on in the county. And I just wanted to bring that up. And the other part was it's kind of a chicken or egg kind of problem that's been going on forever. The question is, you know, somebody was saying earlier about making electric cars, electric this, electric that. A lot of the jobs that I've had over these years also, I've been working plants that make solar panels, carbon fiber plants. All these alternative energy places are largely, they're fossil fuels. They're ran by fossil fuels. So it's, you know, how you going to do one without the other? I'm all for all the different alternative energy, but we need another way to make, I mean, there's one primary way to make it, and that's with fossil fuels. So thank you again for your time, and have a good evening.
Beth, and then Eric, and then Carly Deathridge.
So Beth Brownfield from Bellingham. First of all, thank you to all of you who've worked so hard on this plan. I stand beside you in the viability of this comprehensive plan. Recently, I have heard that you've received legal counsel, which again holds you and the public hostage to a full and forthright discussion of all aspects of the comprehensive plan. How is it in a democracy that forces short-term economic interests can trump the inherent rights and the viability of life, people, and cultures here in this county? You are entrusted with the well-being of this county. This is a sacred responsibility. You may not know local history, but the Lummies have taken this responsibility not only for the recent repudiation of the coal terminal, but a previous past threat that would have permanently destroyed all marine life, permanently destroyed. In 1967, the Lummi discovered that plans were underway to locate a magnesium oxide reduction plant on Lummi Bay. The plans were to bring the raw oil to the bay by ship and use the fresh waters of Lummi Bay in the reduction process. The ore, once processed, would produce tremendous heaps of waste that would permanently destroy all marine life in the bay. The Lummi were terrified of the thought of destroying the bay, but they seemed to have no choice. The large corporate and banking interests were eager to have the new industry, and many of the white people in the county saw the new plant as a means of developing the county. Does this ring a bell? About a week before Lummi had to make the final decision about whether to accept this ore reduction plant, they encountered Dr. Wallace Heath, a marine biologist who was interested in aquaculture. He gave his professional opinion that a new plant would hurt the fisheries and provided the only continuing source of income to the Lummies. He suggested the Lummies could develop an aquaculture in the bay. Because of Lummi's legal rights to the tidelands, they received in 1969 a grant to begin research and training on aquaculture, and that same year another grant to begin construction of a small 4.4-acre oyster, trout, salmon raising pond.
30 seconds, please.
Despite having no experience, they were able to complete this. If the Lummi had chosen an alternative, it's most likely that none of us would be here today talking about the threats. Do everything possible you can to face down the pressures that are being exerted against your work. Vigorously support Carl's recent introduced amendments discouraging fossil fuel exports to Cherry Point. Your job is not done. Please make yours and our voices heard to keep our communities safe from crude oil exports. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, then Carly, and then Dina Jensen.
Good evening. My name is Eric Thomas. I live in Happy Valley in Bellingham. I work with students here in the county. And first, thank you for your hard work. It's a lot of detailed, painstaking, probably occasionally nitpicking at little details, but they do make a difference. There's a lot of positives that came up in the comprehensive plan. The work on greenways is to be commended. The restoration for opportunity for wind turbines, I think, is very positive for both for energy and for an economic viewpoint. The Birch Bay and the Bellingham urban growth area limits, I think, will make a difference. And other focuses on sustainable energy and clean water make a difference. There are a couple of things that I think need to be considered. There's a particular policy that's not currently in there, 11M-15, which is worded as lead a local coordinated effort using best available science to identify what is needed to achieve a harvestable surplus of wild salmon in WRIA-1. And so this makes sense given the other concerns that we have of preserving a way of life for the Lummi and for the fishermen who have made the county home. As well, I support Carl Weimer's amendments. I think they make sense. We've been through a lot of the issues about coal and oil tankers, and I think that there needs to be the ability to regulate that in the best interest. Also, we don't want a situation where we have de facto violated treaty rights and find the county liable because of its lack of oversights. In my spare time, such as it is, I also volunteer at Bellingham Books to Prisoners. I become aware of prison and prisoner issues, and so on that front, I would have to speak up against the Appendix E, Chapter 7, removing I would say remove that $112 million designation. I know there's been a lot of discussion, obviously, about the prison, but there needs to be some soul searching as to why a 30-year-old building fell apart so quickly, and that there are no guarantees that it's going to happen in the next 30 years. The old one should have lasted. We have one that may be a mess, but it can be restored. It is currently on government-owned property rather than having to spend money to buy yet another property, and it just makes sense to have it near the courthouse. Keep the focus and the money
30 seconds, please.
on the services to those who need them in terms of mental health, in terms of homelessness, lack of affordable housing. Nobody needs reminders about that, but it's a lot of the underlying issue that's driving poverty and crime and populating the jails. So build it and they will come is great for baseball parks, but not for jails. Thank you.
Thank you. Carly, then Dina, then Sandy Robson.
Good evening, council members. Carly Dethridge, Bellingham resident and clean water organizer for Resources for Sustainable Communities. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm here this evening primarily to say thank you for all of the time, energy, the debates, and the careful thought that went into reviewing and updating this comprehensive plan. Just remember, all the hard work you've done over the last 7 months will become apparent in the next few years, possibly more. That's the nature of long-range planning, of course. The updated plan sets Whatcom County up to proactively manage natural resources, water availability, critical wetlands, and land capacity in the face of an anticipated 80,000 new neighbors by the year 2036. Some of the key policies in the updated plan that I'd like to point out and really thank you all for include, these have been somewhat mentioned earlier, but not expanding Bellingham and Birch Bay's urban growth areas, revising policy 2A14 to include and convene a multi-stakeholder group tasked with looking at what is necessary to implement a voluntary, workable transfer of development rights program. Adding new policy 2A15, which ties legally available water with land use and/or development decisions. The inclusion of a new local food system section in Chapter 7, and also a new section in Chapter 8 regarding marine resource lands. There is a new policy 11J3, which instructs the county to comply with the Nooksack in-stream flow rule set by the State Department of Ecology. Protecting critical aquifer recharge areas under policies 11H6 and 7 for consistency with the critical areas ordinance. Implementation of a fair and equitable funding mechanism to protect water quality in Lake Whatcom under policy 11K2. Preventing UGA expansions or designations, and also prohibiting rezones to increase residential densities in the Lake Whatcom watershed under policy 11K20. Creating a baseline and tracking system I'll restart that one. Creating a baseline and tracking the mitigation of habitat conservation areas under policies 11L, 14, and 15. I could go on. There's a lot of great work that's been done. However, the updated plan is not perfect from many perspectives. More work can be done to further improve water quality and habitat.
30 seconds, please.
But thankfully, the comp plan can be amended once per year. So there's always that. There's also work to be done regarding the future of Cherry Point and whether it should expand to allow crude oil exports. That is something to worry about for the future vitality of Whatcom County's economy. That and pipeline expansion projects that only benefit Canada. If anything, Whatcom County should pause, take a step back, and analyze the impacts of these proposals while the Cherry Point UGA amendments of the comp plan are sent back to the Planning Commission.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dina, then Sandy, and then John Holstein.
Dina Jensen, Birch Bay. I would like to acknowledge that this meeting is held on land that is the traditional territory of the Lummi and Nooksack peoples. May we nurture our relationship with our Coast Salish neighbors and the shared responsibility to their homelands where we all reside today. Thanks to all council members for your dedicated work in conducting the comprehensive plan update review. As to specific provisions you have placed and changes you have made in the plan aimed at protecting our air, lands, waters, life forms, and the way of life, I will leave it to future generations on down the line to thank you for those. And should you conceive of more and better ways to ensure that eventual and welcome giving of thanks, I hope you will continue to insert such protections in our county's long-term planning document year after year. On August 23rd, the House of Tears carvers and other members of the Lummi Nation will begin a 5,000-mile trip across the western United States and Canada to oppose expanding fossil fuel exports on the West Coast. This is not the first year that the Lummi people have given up their summer months to prepare, create, and work long hours after their work days are done in order to set off to educate and fellowship with people for miles on end in other cities and states about the threats of fossil fuels to our communities and to our future generations. There was a totem pole journey last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. In light of this knowledge, I want to tell you that personally, I think it is a crime that there is a current state of affairs with our county governing agencies that has led to the entire comprehensive plan update being conducted without proper government-to-government consultation between the county and Lummi Nation regarding the concerns and input the Lummi Indian Business Council offered in their July 21st, 2015 letter to Whatcom County Planning and Development, and the letter submitted on December 10th, 2015. As much as I am thankful for the amendments that Councilmember Weimer made to the Cherry Point UGA section of Chapter 2, I am equally appalled that leaders of the Lummi Nation were never consulted regarding those amendments. Thus, a culture is being marginalized regarding this specific issue. Whatever it is that you council members have to do to remedy the situation and uphold your responsibility
30 seconds,
to your
please.
government-to-government relationships and to public due process and participation that has also been cast aside for years in regards to Cherry Point, please do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy, and then John, and then Eddie Uri.
Sandy Robson, Birch Bay. For the record, January 26, 2016. That is a date on which County Council chose to follow advice relating to the 2016 comp plan update process given to them by our County Prosecutor's Office. That legal advice and the actions and inactions by County Council due to that advice essentially resulted in keeping the general public, the Lummi Nation, the Suquamish Indian Tribe, the Swinomish Indian Tribal Community, and Tulalip tribes, which submitted comp plan update comments on Cherry Point UGA, and our county council members themselves from fully participating or even participating at any acceptable level in the county comp plan update process as it relates to Cherry Point. This obstruction to public participation and due process occurred as a direct result of the legal advice given to council by our county prosecutor's office and council's choice to follow that advice. At the January 26th regular county council meeting, first comp plan update public hearing was held. Council Chair Buchanan opened the meeting saying that County Council had met that day with Senior Deputy Attorney Karen Frakes to discuss potential litigation on the GPT permit process with them. Council Chair Buchanan read a prepared statement at that meeting. He said, "We've received comments from Lummi Nation and hundreds of citizens regarding the 2016 comp plan update, particularly with regard to the Cherry Point UGA. After learning of the proposal from the Lummi Nation and as chair of the council, I had some concerns on how we should structure tonight's hearing on the comprehensive plan, as well as any government-to-government meeting with the tribe. I contacted our attorney, Karen Frakes, and we met to discuss how the council could most successfully navigate these matters without jeopardizing our appearance of fairness as it pertains to the GPT permit process. Karen felt it was not advisable to meet with the tribe outside of an open public meeting because it would arguably raise an appearance of fairness issue, even if a small group of council members participated in a closed meeting. For the council to defer actions on amendments proposed to the Cherry Point UGA in the 2016 comp plan update and comments about those until after the GPT process is complete appears to violate multiple Washington state statutes and due process. During the July 12th County Council meeting, a 5-2 majority council took the extraordinary and seemingly discriminatory action of removing those amendments from the current 2016 comp plan update process. I strongly support the Cherry Point amendments proposed by both Lummi Nation and Mr.
30
Weimer.
seconds, please.
In July, I had submitted a comment with a few suggested edits to Mr. Weimer's amendments. I believe the proposed amendments from Lummi Nation and Mr. Weimer offer important protections for Cherry Point, and those protections should not be delayed any further. I thank you all for your hard work, and I know it's really hard, and you've heard a lot from me during the last few weeks. And I do appreciate some of the work that you've done on that comp plan, and I greatly appreciate Mr. Donovan's and Mr. Weimer's 2 of the against
Time.
the 5 vote to keep those amendments under consideration for the comp plan. Unfortunately, it wasn't the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. John, and then Eddie, then Candace Wilson.
Good evening. My name is John Holstein, and I reside at 4915 Samish Way in Bellingham. I moved here less than a year ago after witnessing the amicable relationship between the people of Whatcom County and the county's environment. Beautiful people and a beautiful environment. From what people in the know tell me, the current members on the county council deserve our thanks for their strong dedication to nurturing that symbiotic relationship. Please accept my heartfelt thank you. Councilmember Carl Weimer recently introduced amendments discouraging the expansion of fossil fuel export projects at Cherry Point. I am here to not only express my support for the amendments, but also, and mainly, to urge you to avoid further delay in implementing them. Leaders in the fossil fuel industry, because their personal prosperity is at stake, are at this moment desperately conniving at how to neutralize or even undo the still tentative victories that our environment has enjoyed recently. I am reminded of the prison plan, which we had thought was killed until today. All they and their lawyers need is a little time. Yes, many residents of Bellingham and Whatcom County have commented on the local risks to the environment from increased rail and ship traffic and extended operation of facilities at Cherry Point, all of which the fossil fuel industry is at this very moment planning to achieve. And the council in general has, up until now, wisely agreed with these residents who want to protect our environment. I would also like to point out that the global risks of continued use of fossil fuels are as critical as our local risks. Basically, every step that the fossil fuel industry takes forward, whether in the Caribbean or China or Whatcom County,
30 seconds, please.
is a step backward in our transition to sustainable energy. And every day that we delay in implementing environment-friendly policies is a day closer to that fast-approaching tipping point at which it will be too late to reverse global warming. So, for our lovely Whatcom County and for the greater world, please, please do not delay implementation of Councilmember Carl Weimer's amendments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Eddie, then Candace Wilson, then Barbara Lewis.
Good evening, council members. I'm Edward Urey of Bellingham and the Clean Energy Program at Resources for Sustainable Communities. And I'll begin by thanking the council for all your hard work and long hours and diligence going into crafting a comprehensive plan that we can really be proud of, even if it's not perfect. As you know, Resources, we've engaged our community members in advocating for policies to ensure we have enough clean water to sustain our farms, fish, and people, to prevent urban sprawl, to promote clean energy growth, and to keep our communities safe from risky proposals for new unrefined fossil fuel shipments bound for export through the Cherry Point UGA and the Aquatic Reserve. On all fronts but the last, you've answered the call of over 1,000 Whatcom County citizens and more who commented in support of these 4 broad goals. And as a clean energy advocate in particular, I want to highlight some new policies. 11D6 to establish a climate impact advisory committee next year that will draft a new updated climate action plan to chart the course for the future. Policy 7G4 to revisit and remove the ban on wind energy development. And 11H6 to oppose hydraulic fracking. I also want to thank the county staff and the Planning Commission as well as the council for great policies in the utilities chapter, several of them to promote renewable energy and efficiency. So with all this, it's unfortunate that this good work should be overshadowed by a glaring absence of policies that would discourage crude oil and coal and gas export, despite this being probably the most discussed issue at standing room only public hearings in January and May, and continually thousands of emails on this subject throughout this year. These issues were discussed openly by the Planning Commission before they completed their final updates, and they left it up to you to decide, and you chose not to act. Not for the sake of due process, because there was more public participation on this than hardly anything, but contrary to it. You declined to vote on Mr. Weimer's proposed amendments and asked for further review by the Planning Commission, and this is not only disappointing and unnecessary, but it's potentially irresponsible, because clearly industry representatives' intention is to delay and ultimately prevent policies that would interfere with expansions for crude oil and natural gas export. So waiting until
30
next year
seconds, please.
leaves us exposed. BP and Williams Pipeline and other companies could, SSA Marine, they could very well submit permit applications for new projects, and we believe they are forthcoming. So I'd urge you to act without further delay as soon and as you can, and within the full extent of your power and authority, whether through a different process or
Time.
just please don't wait till next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace, Barbara, and then Steve Gary.
I tungan siam nisjalacha siam, quanstana sanasnat. Good evening, family and friends. I am Candace Wilson. I am Laktamish. I am Lummi. I am from the people of the sea. Honorable members of council, as the floor was open at the opening of the comprehensive plan for the public hearing, I reminded you of your duty upon the oath that you took office of swearing to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the supreme law of the land and honoring treaties with Indian tribes. That was once known to us and the great Iroquois people as the great law of peace. At the time, it was juxtaposed, a time when we believed we were in this together, that we will live on this great earth, on this journey of life, and all that we do will be with each other. Since time memorial, the Laktamish people have been here. We will always be here. We are not going anywhere. Most recently, you may recall the presidential proclamation for the San Juan Islands on March 25th, 2013, where there was a territory of the Laktamish people identified in honor of the great land and everything that it has to offer for the people. And most recently, Whatcom, the treaty win. We could not do this without our friends and our neighbors here within the great territory. The Army Corps of Engineers decision on May 9th, 2016, and all of the correspondence on file by the Lummi Nation with Honorable Tim Ballou, II, Chairman. I just want to ask you to remember that the San Juan Islands holds the spirit of the Shwalo. The spirit of the Shwalo is the way of life of our people through the fishing and the preservation of our harvest. To preserve,
30
promote, and
seconds,
protect
please.
our sovereignty, self-determination, and self-governance, our work together as one. I support Carl Weimer's amendments that preserve and honor treaty rights. The fight is never over. The fight for who we are and our culture and our way of life. Billy Frank Jr. posthumously
Time.
Presidential Medal of Freedom. I pledge allegiance to my tribe, to the democratic principles of the Republic, and to the individual freedoms borrowed from the Iroquois and Choctaw confederacies, as incorporated in the United States Constitution, so that my forefathers shall not have died in vain. Haishka.
Barbara, and then Steve Gary, and then Mike Kaufman.
Hi, my name is Barbara Lewis from the Lummi Nation, and I am here today to urge you to revise the policy AA2. I would like something to be added that says with special consideration given to ensuring water is available for in-stream uses. Currently, the way policy AA2 stands, it focuses on the agricultural industry, and I want to make sure that the fishing industry is considered as well, because of treaty rights too. I also would like to speak with you about the Appendix E, Chapter 7. This is a tough one to talk about because it hits so close to home. I have a lot of family members that are greatly affected by this. Recently, I found out that our county jail contracts with a lot of private, it has private contracts with private industries. And these corporations are making a lot of money off of our inmates. And I find that really disheartening. I thought our county was above this privatization of jails, and although it's labeled a public jail, we still have this infiltration of corporations making money off of our inmates. And that's greatly concerning. I don't think we need a bigger jail. We do need other resources, and a jail just isn't the fix that we're looking for. There's this article, I don't know if you guys have read it, but it's called $1 Million Murray by Malcolm Gladwell. And this article speaks on, I could give you a heartfelt answer about all of this, but it speaks on the economics of the issue. And it's actually more economical to give potential inmates, to give our suffering people housing first. And there are some resources available in the community that focuses on this. But if we focused on doing housing first and getting our people the resources that they actually need, and having
30
mental
seconds,
health
please.
institutions, bringing in just people who can help everyone rather than hurting them more and traumatizing them more. We need to, a lot of the people that are in jails are institutionalized, and that's the only way they know how to live. I have family members that tell me that they're glad to go back to jail because at least they have a roof over their head. So if we show
Time.
them a better way to live, maybe they'll keep up with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Yes. I have a question. What private corporations doing what at our jail?
The private contracts with the jails.
Just like for food and stuff, or?
Yes.
Because the jail employees are all public. So,
The private contracts that we deal out with for food and for labor.
food and what?
Labor?
Like, okay.
I don't have my fact book with me, but I can get back to you on that and
Would you
send in
leave your
something
name
if
and
you would
phone
like.
number?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, Steve Gary, and then Mike Kaufman, and then Amy Glazer.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment tonight. My name is Steve Gary. And I'll echo thanks that other speakers have offered tonight for the work you do addressing very complex issues that affect everyone in Whatcom County and in fact have impacts nationally and internationally. I'm here to ask again for your support for any language revisions that would prohibit the export of crude oil from any existing or new facility in Whatcom County. And I want to do it from a different perspective. You've heard often tonight, and I know in the past from environmental activists, I want to offer a perspective of a refinery worker and refinery workers themselves and someone who's represented refinery workers. I'm a retired refinery worker, 25 years in the refineries on March's Point near Anacortes. And when I retired a year ago, I was president of United Steelworkers Local 591 there in Mount Vernon, representing those workers. I'm also in retirement now on the executive board of the Washington State Blue-Green Alliance. Blue-Green is an alliance of labor organizations and environmental organizations working together to try to address global warming in a way that minimizes the costs while maximizing the benefits. United Steelworkers and the Sierra Club founded Blue-Green Alliance more than 10 years ago now. The importance of prohibiting crude oil export is crucial to protecting existing jobs while we work to also address global warming. What the refiners have done in other places when they do this is lay off about 90% of the workforce who are engaged in the process units. They keep a skeleton crew on to run the tank farm, the wharf, the supporting equipment, and they just move the raw materials through to other markets. That tends to increase the costs of crude oil for the domestic market. It tends to increase the likelihood that finished products are imported, often to the West Coast from places where they have no environmental protections or labor protections. And the United Steelworkers has worked tirelessly to try to protect the federal ban on crude oil exports, and we lost that fight just a short while ago. So anything that we can do now locally to try to prevent, again, existing facilities or new facilities from exporting crude oil is in the best interest of our current workforce as well as others in Whatcom County. I thank you very much for your work in this regard and for any other
30
work
seconds,
necessary
please.
to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, and then Amy, and then Alex Rammel.
Good evening, Council. Mike Kaufman. I'm here to speak on two issues, really, and the first one is with the utility chapter. And I support what they did a bit with the energy, although I haven't had it, unfortunately. Time was taken away from me today, and I didn't get a chance to read it totally, but I hope that it addresses the use of the internet to citizens of the county. The internet was addressed as a utility this year through the FCC, and I noticed in the sign-up sheet tonight that you did not ask me for my phone number. You asked me for my email address. And so by asking me for the email address, you in your sign-up sheet are promoting the internet and putting that ahead of the hardline phone system that is now antiquated. You can get the phone system through the internet. I don't purchase my phone through my phone line anymore. I purchase it through voice over internet protocol for $24 a month for my business line and my personal line. And so you get it. And the internet today, if you're not getting it, you're not living in America. You can't get your manuals. And most importantly, I think that it keeps people in poverty, especially our children. If you can't use the internet to do schoolwork and to keep abreast of our society, you're doomed. And so that should be in the chapter and it should be addressed. And if it isn't, then they've fallen short. The second thing I'd like to talk about is a bit of a history lesson here. In that 1990, we passed the Initiative 490, which basically told Puget Sound Energy what they could do, where they were proposing a transmission corridor, an extension corridor to run electricity down to California. And our initiative that we passed took that right away from them. And out of the 5 things that we achieved with that, the one that I'm most proud of is the fact that the model that the citizens put on the table to deal with the electric issue and the transmission of the electricity was the best model out of 26 computer models that were run. It was the citizens that put that on the table, not corporate America. It was the citizens of Whatcom County that educated themselves
30
and
seconds,
did that.
please.
The cement plant back in 1986-87 wanted to burn hazardous toxic waste in this county. And we told them no, they could not do that. The cement plant is not operating. We interfered with their commerce. And Barbara Brenner, you may remember that you told the incinerator in this county that they couldn't burn or do incineration. You took commerce away from them. My opinion, my thought on the subject.
Time.
So I support Carl Walmer's proposal. Stand up and do the right thing. Thank you.
Amy, and then Alex Rammel, and then Tatum Ken.
My name's Amy Glasser, and I live in Bellingham, and I have 2 quick comments and then a more extensive one. When we talk about the refineries being such great neighbors, I think I'm under the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're spending about $100,000 to fight a property tax issue with them, that our county is going to need to pay up some big lawyer fees because they're fighting their property tax. So for such great neighbors, you would think that they would not want to put us through that kind of an expense. Second note, Carl Weimer's amendments, I certainly, and I think you have, obviously, you know what the community wants. We're here all the time saying the same thing. Please bring that back. We've waited 4+ years to talk to you about Cherry Point. We can't talk to you. You can't talk to us. Waiting until January is waiting through another election, and it's just another stall tactic. And generally, we're pretty sick of not being able to talk about an area that is so paramount to the future of our energy and to the future of our planet. Last thing is about the jail. Many people who, I'm a mental health worker. I've been one for 35 years. Many people who end up in our jails are either have mental health issues, substance abuse addictions, or ex-convicts who can't find housing or jobs once released. Instead of trying to figure out a way to pay for a big mega jail, please consider this option. There are tiny homes being built all over the country, and the idea of building them for homeless is picking up steam. A home is the first and most basic need of anyone trying to build a stable life. We as a country have the money to spend millions restoring a salmon habitat because it's the right thing to do for our planet. It's time we spent a fraction of that on the people that inhabit our county, and by the way, were displaced by this project. We can spend our money to build tiny homes with ancillary social services such as medical care, mental health care, substance abuse treatment, job-seeking assistance, and social skills training. The WAHA program could be one point of contact along with the Department of Health. Instead of a big complex where homeless people are stigmatized, I would think it would be best if just a few homes were built in various locations, not a community of homeless homes, but within the community on bus lines. There seems to be a lot of empty lots that can be used for 4 to 8 units at a location. Each mini complex could either have an issue-related or a situation-related mental health issues, maybe a substance abuse group, halfway house for people coming out of jail, war veterans, women or men without children, leaving domestic violence situations. All of these populations have no place to go. There are many homeless
30
people.
seconds, please.
Many homeless people living either on the streets or in homes that are not safe, healthy, or conducive to making good choices. And it's those people that we can and should be helping. It will save us both in medical costs, housing costs, incarceration costs, and social service costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One thing. Oops.
One question.
Yeah, I tried to, when you spoke last time, I tried to call you and you weren't in the phone book. I'm an old school.
not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you leave your phone number?
I can, as long as I don't want it out in the public because of my job.
Oh, that's okay. What do you want to call me? I'm in the book.
I'll give you a call. Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, there's boundaries. Don't want people
I don't
all
care.
over.
You get it. Okay.
Thank you much.
Alex, and then Tatum, and that's the end of the signups, but we will allow anyone else who would like to speak.
Good evening, Council. Alex Rammel from Bellingham. Let's start by saying thanks for all of your great work on the comprehensive plan. This is an enormous project. I'm going to spend my last 3 minutes talking to you about it, focused on a pretty nuanced, detailed issue that hopefully is a quick and easy fix. Yesterday I sent you a message about a number of things, but buried in there was a request to incorporate the record from the Gateway Pacific Terminal EIS into the public record for the Comprehensive Plan update. As you know, the Growth Management Act requires that the best available science be used for planning for critical areas and resource management. And we're fortunate that we live in a community where a lot of people, a lot smarter than me, have done a lot of work compiling the best available science on Cherry Point and on the fisheries and on the impacts of climate change. And they put all of that work into the Gateway Pacific Terminal scoping comment period. So it makes sense to me that as we start talking about what can be done in that area in the future, that that best available science should be incorporated into this public record as well. And that request was necessitated in part because the county's great website for tracking all of that public input into the process has been down. And I thought it was down because the EIS process was suspended. But I spoke with Tyler Schroeder this afternoon, and it sounds like that was a glitch of some kind, and it's actually, as of 5:45 this evening, was back online. That was not enough time for me to grab all of those files and email them to you or get a CD into your office. So what I would like to request is that this evening, before you vote on the comp plan update, that you make a motion and vote requesting that the entire Gateway Pacific Terminal EIS record be incorporated into this comp plan update record. Thanks.
Thank you. Tatum? Ken? Tatum?
Sounds like you've called my name. I did sign up on the very last sheet, I guess. My name is Ken Kalier. I live in the county just outside the Bellingham city limits. And I'm here to ask you to please expedite adoption of all of Councilmember Weimer's amendments designed to protect Cherry Point and our entire community from the negative impacts of the fossil fuel industry. Bellingham and Whatcom County have a very well-deserved reputation for fostering forward-looking and sustainable social and economic development. Fossil fuels are the detritus of the 19th century. Continuing to consume them threatens to make our planet unlivable for humans and other beings. We must live with fossil fuels for a while longer, but the last thing we should be doing is hitching our future in any way to these threats to the survival of humanity. Why isn't this a plain no-brainer? There are countless reasons to protect our clean water, air, natural resources, and neighbors from the toxic side effects and other dangers of fossil fuel extraction, production, transportation, and consumption. There is only one reason to expose this beautiful area to all of those, and that is a short-sighted corporate quest for profit at the expense of long-term survivability. There are many forward-looking industries which can create viable, well-paying, long-lasting jobs. Alternative energy production is an excellent example, and our county could be in the forefront. Proponents of fossil fuel development, so-called development, have been proven to be dishonest and have betrayed the future of their own children and grandchildren in pursuit of ever greater profits. This cannot last. Please do not peddle our county's future to the carpetbaggers. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to talk to us about the comprehensive plan?
Good evening, John Strong, Bellingham resident, and I'm an environmentalist, and I don't have a script, so I'm just going to wing it for you. I'm here to ask you to postpone your decision on the comp plan for a number of reasons. And first of all, understand I do not love coal. I think it's silly to sit in our backyards and wave at trains on their way to Canada. But apparently you all feel that we can do very well without the hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue that goes through our city to Canada. So I don't understand that. But I do know scientific fact that diesel locomotives have an absolute minimal impact on pollution. I also know that there's no scientific, nonpartisan, factual reports that will substantiate that there's any coal dust that falls on us as the trains are going through. But I do know that there is scientific proof that tractor trailers, diesel-powered tractor trucks pulling trailers up the I-5 corridor are horrendous offenders of air pollution, and the I-5 corridor is probably 100 times more dangerous for people than the rail corridor between here and Canada. So I think you ought to consider a resolution that makes it illegal for diesel-powered tractor trucks to bring trailers into Whatcom County. Make them find some other solution that would be in line with the logic that we're using here in the comp plan. And it also doesn't take a rocket scientist to know the impact of wood stoves. All you have to do is step outside on any chilly night and try to breathe and feel your throat and sinuses burn. And people go kill trees to feed those wood stoves. So I'd like to see that added to the comp plan, that wood stoves become illegal in Whatcom County. I said I'm not in favor of coal, but I am in favor of a deep water multimodal bulk shipping facility. I agree with the lady from Maine that coal is going away. The length of time it takes to build that facility, coal may be already gone. And there are thousands of products, grains, fertilizers, flour, cotton, you name it, all the things that are produced in the Midwest of the United States that could go through that terminal to people all over the world that need it. I guess, I would hope that terminal would be completed by the time the coal does go away, which I am certainly in favor of coal going away. Any of you
30
that
seconds, please.
Any of you that put coal in the same, or put petroleum in the same evil category as coal, I would suggest you go home tonight and Google and see how many hundreds of thousands of products you would like to be without because they're petroleum-based products that are manufactured. Petroleum isn't just a fuel that burns in furnaces. And that starts with
Time.
taking your plastic kayak off the top of your gas-powered vehicle. And thanks for postponing that ridiculous amendment.
Okay.
Hi, Council. Susan Hansen. I've spoken in front of you a few times. And one thing that I don't know if you remember, one thing that I always point out, that I don't care what side you're on. If you break it, you buy it. And we've got GP over there who broke it, and we're buying it, and it's still not fixed. So what's going to happen when we have an issue out on our water and our sea? You're looking at an endangered species here. I was a reef net fisherman. I think that there's only a handful of us in the whole world. Well, I don't make my money getting fish anymore, and that's unfortunate. And last year, all the fish were swimming in the bay because the water was too warm to swim upriver for a long time, and a lot of them died. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that all that money we spent on salmon recreation goes by the wayside. So when we pollute our streams that we already spent money to fix, we're throwing that money away, and then we're going to have to fix it again. So one thing I would say, Council, that I will always say to you repeatedly, whatever we spend now will be cheaper than if we have to go back and fix it later. So let's do it right the first time, and let's not throw that money away that we sent on salmon reparation, and let's not have people like myself be an endangered species because they can no longer make money on doing what they love. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
How's it going? My name's Adam Schaefer, and I live here in Bellingham. And first, I just want to recognize how we're able to be here tonight, what is making this really awesome night full of community engagement, folks talking about the issues that matter to them, how that this is possible. And it's because a few hundred years ago, or a couple hundred years ago, we entered into a treaty with folks who've lived here since time immemorial to be able to live on this land and build on this land and have our county council building on this land. And part of that treaty that's enforced by the United States Constitution is that we're going to protect their way of life. And so that they have a certain part of this community that they're staying at, but we need to do our jobs to make sure that their way of life is preserved. And I hope you remember my comment that I gave a couple months ago where I quoted our former president, Abraham Lincoln, when I said that we aren't bound to win, but we're bound to be true, that we're not bound to succeed, but we're bound to let whatever light we have shine. And tonight is the night to let that light shine. And we can do it. And in all honesty, y'all have been shining pretty much for the last few months. Y'all have done a really great job with what you've been doing with the comp plan. I'm specifically going to talk now about the jail and the comp plan and what that originally looked like 10 years ago when we had our last comp plan. The chapter 4, the capital facility chapter of the comp plan dealt with the level of service required for our capital facilities dealing with the jail. And so it had a certain amount of, it had a specification for the amount of beds that need to be available per 1,000 citizens. And so that got replaced with we need a new jail. And so luckily we're not at that place anymore, and several edits have been put in place, and now it's much more reasonable. But still at this moment in the appendix, in Appendix E, Chapter 7, at one point it did mention the location and size, and now it only mentions that it's going to cost $112 million. And so where that figure comes from is it's an estimate of how much revenue would be generated by a 0.02% sales tax. It's a method of funding that I believe was the method proposed for the jail that the voters rejected in November. And so whether or not that's the way we're going to fund the jail, it might be the next time this proposal comes before the voters. That might be the way we want to fund this jail. But correct me if I'm wrong, we created a jail stakeholder work group to look at how we're going to fund it and how much we can afford. We recognized that there is a new, that this method of funding might not be the best, and that this comp plan in the appendix, and I know it might not
30
actually
seconds,
be binding,
please.
but right now it's saying that we're planning to spend $112 million to change our current facility, renovate it, or build a new one. But that's not what we're planning on doing. We just created a work group to look at how we might fund it. So it's factually inaccurate right now to say that we're planning to spend $112 million on our new jail. We just created a work group. We're modeling after the EMS work group that did a tremendous job. And now, the EMS levy is going to be on the ballot. I'm sure it's going to get passed because EMS saves lives. It was a method that worked well. So let's let that method work for this jail and figure out a way to fund it and correct the factual inaccuracy that we're going to spend $112 million in the new jail. Let's wait for that work group to figure out how we're going to fund it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Theodore Wieland, and that changes what I was just going to talk about. I came up here to rail against the jail, but I'll stick to what I was going to say, which is rent is too damn high. So I don't want $112 million or $60 million or $30 million or some irresponsible and immoral amount of money going to incarcerating disproportionately people of color and Native Americans. And I'm up here to just say that the rent's too high and we need affordable housing. And so let's put some money into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Judith Akins from Bellingham, and since Sierra Club was mentioned a couple times tonight, I thought I'd come up here to tell you we're here, and we have 1,200 members in the county, and I represent Mount Baker Group here, in that we support Mr. Weimer's amendments, and we push to have them adopted as soon as possible. So I know they're going to go before the Planning Commission in September, and not to delay, push them to get it back to you, and not to delay till January to get these adopted, because I thank you for your work on fracking you've done in the plan. I thank you for the work on relooking at wind power, and the Sierra Club is green, and we want our community to stay green. And thank you for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, come forward.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Joy Barker. I'm from Deming, and I'm the mother of 5. And I like to always distract. You know, not what we don't want, but what we do want. What do we want? And we want jobs. We want a clean environment. But how can we do that? We all know that there's climate change. We all know that we have had greater storms here in Whatcom County. Out in the county, we had hurricane force winds. And it was scary. And it is scary. So what do? Portland, Oregon leads the nation in reducing carbon emissions. And how do they do that? They have great mass transit. You can get on, anywhere in Portland, you can get on a train, an electric train, and you're to the zoo just like that. And as I drove into town today, I live out in the East County, there is just almost bumper-to-bumper traffic to Mount Baker. Let's think about not fossil fuel, but how about a train? How about an electric train to Mount Baker? We have treacherous roads out there in the wintertime. It would save lives. It would provide jobs that last, because you have to people those trains. You have to keep them running. You have electricians working. I mean, it's a great window of opportunity. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hewson. I live out in Acme, and I just want to say that I support Carl's amendments here to stop the exports of fossil fuels at Cherry Point. I'm concerned right now in Acme, we have unloaded trains that come through there, and they come through frequently. Not as much as they are in Bellingham. I used to live in Bellingham as well, right on the tracks. And I read the Department of Ecology's report on response to spills, in particular in the Acme area. We have the watersheds of 2 rivers right there, the South Fork of the Nooksack and the headwaters of the Samish River, basically in the same very small area. And the water there flows very slowly because it's a very low-lying area. And I'm concerned that additional exports in the Cherry Point area would promote additional rail throughout the entire county, looking for more pathways. And so I'm concerned about that. The other issue that I'd like to address is the issue of public utilities brought up earlier. And I think that it's pretty obvious that the internet is a public utility. And living out in the county, not everyone has access to rural broadband. And it's something that's spreading across the nation. I think it's something we ought to put some more resources into developing in our rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Chavez, and Bellingham has been my home for over a decade, and I've enjoyed raising my daughter here. My daughter is a teenager, a high schooler. She has been raised straddling the fence in 2 different cultures, one culture that is more highly aware than the other culture. My daughter has been raised drinking and bathing in special filtered water, never had one cavity, doesn't use fluoride, very rarely swims in toxic chlorinated swimming pools, and is appalled that motorboats are allowed to be in our drinking water. She has never had one antibiotic and sees alternative practitioners and uses alternative technologies for her health as needed. My daughter knows and has seen that cancer is like having the flu, that it can be easily healed using powerful natural remedies and alternative technology. There are many other children and young adults like my daughter. They are waiting for the rest of the world to catch up with them. There are some of us here who aren't as aware. We are just surviving, who are willing to sacrifice our health, the health of our children, and the health of our environment in order to pay the bills. Can you imagine if our cancer center was shut down, all the oncology and nursing jobs gone, if the refinery shut down? I believe that time is coming and that it is long overdue. However, there are numerous people in fear and resistant, and rightly so. The local economy will suffer, and there will be instability during that time of deconstruction, unless there is a way to transition out of our deconstructive industries and destructive way of life in a harmonious way. There are different ways to help with a harmonious transition into healthier industries and a healthy way of life. Approving the comprehensive plan and Carl Weimer's amendments are a good place to start. Also, looking at places like Crestone, Colorado and Rutland, Vermont will also be helpful. Green Mountain Power Energy Innovation Center in Rutland, Vermont launched a vision in 2008 to create clean energy, clean water, and local renewable power. Green Mountain Power was named Solar Champ in 2014 and is the solar capital of New England. Their goal is to be the energy city of the future. Green Mountain Power has community digesters that use technology to extract phosphorus where there is phosphorus runoff while generating renewable energy locally for customers. They also have partnered with 4 Rutland County colleges, the GMP College Connections, to work together to bolster economic, educational, and community development. They have free public presentations monthly given by different faculty that explore a variety of energy issues, including the science of energy, renewable power, financial concerns, and the psychology of energy use. Can we imagine Whatcom County saying yes to using local tax dollars to create positions that enhance our environment, saying yes to organic gardens in every public and private school, saying yes to working with school officials to add
30
permaculture and
seconds,
renewable
please.
energy courses as elective classes to school curriculums, saying yes to creating space for us to reach our highest potential, saying yes to ozonated swimming pools, saying yes to transforming individuals, families in our community, even though other counties in Washington may not be doing so yet, saying yes to being a leader and role model for other counties and states in our nation, saying yes to creating a Whatcom County Energy Innovation Center, saying yes to Bellingham Solar School,
Time.
the Bellingham Crystal Technology School. The possibilities are numerous. My last question is the same one I asked during the open session at a public hearing here in January. What do we want Whatcom County to be known for? Thank you.
Howdy, I'm Hamilton. I'm here in Bellingham. And yes, Carl, I'm with you. Lummy's been here for eons. We want to change things? I don't think so. If there's even one accident, one little problem, the streams and the rivers are toast. The islands they're gone. The water out there clear to the ocean is gone. Hey, these corporations are great for money, for their pocket, but we give them a break for taxes, and we get taxed, and if something happens, all of us people, we volunteer to clean up the problem. If a problem happens, the corporation is gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the council? Not everybody all at once. Mr. Weimer.
I'd like to move the ordinance forward for concurrent review with the other comprehensive plan amendments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The reason that motion came out that way is because it's like a 3-step process to get this comp plan through tonight. It has to be forwarded to the rest of the amendments that are being considered. Then it has to be considered again, and then all of those concurrent plans have to be passed together. So it's kind of a strange process. So this is the first step. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
Well, I'm going to speak against the motion. I feel like not only did we get a lot more information that was at least new, some of it to me, but I also think that a lot of people have different ideas about what a lot of this means. I noticed when the gentleman over there stood up and said he was retired from the refineries and that he was opposed to the export of crude. I completely agree with that, but we had people clapping for him who were saying fossil fuel, not crude. I use fossil fuel. I'll give it up as I can, but I am not going to force this thing to happen now without having alternatives that are affordable for people. And people talking about the poor people and homeless people, we need affordability And I do think we're transiting away from fossil fuels. But this is about crude, and the last thing I want is to have it imported from Asia. I mean, that really scares me. A lot of the things people talked about of pollution and all that in our waters and everything, I think a lot of it is coming because we're downwind of Asia. And I would much rather have the refineries at Whatcom County refining fossil fuels and doing it enough that they won't do it over there. That scares me the most. I might have misunderstood what you were talking about, but that's how I interpreted it. Also, I don't know that we have the answers about the jail. I don't remember. I remember something in the budget or something in the comp plan about it, but I thought incredible questions where I just kind of was going along with it. And I know that a lot of the stuff we want to do about jails has more to do with having really decent mental health services, services for people with substance abuse. And that was, in my mind, what was going to cost us a lot of money in the first place. And that this gets more and more expensive. I will disagree with the person who said we can just fix the jail. Take a tour before you ever say that again. I'm surprised we haven't been sued because of the condition of that jail. And I know I shouldn't have said it in public, but I think our jail is disgusting. And I want to see way more spent on services up front so people don't have to be in jail. But that was sort of my understanding that was all going to be part of it. So unless somebody can answer that about why the price of the jail, when we're talking about, my understanding is less about jail and more about upfront services, why it was going to be more. Maybe Tyler would like to talk to us about that. I can't remember. Can we have Tyler?
Yeah, and I'd like to add to your question. Tyler, since that number 12 or that number that's in
112 million.
112 million, yeah. Plus 30. What that doesn't bind us to that number, does it?
Yeah,
because I certainly don't agree with that as well, because that's why we did form the jail stakeholder task force
And
to
diversion.
figure that out. Yeah, and all the prevention stuff. So
yeah.
Yeah, Tyler Schroeder, Whatcom County Deputy Executive. A couple weeks ago, Council had a pretty thorough review of the capital improvement plan section that's in the comprehensive plan appendix E as discussed. If you remember, Councilmember Mann had proposed some specific language changes that Council went through, staff reviewed, and everybody was amenable to those changes because it kept in the idea of replacing the existing public safety building, the existing jail, with a new jail as was proposed last year to the public for a sales tax. In the next 6 years, there is a capital project for a new jail, although the cost last year was projected to be $100 million. The $112 million is the escalation that would more than likely happen by the time that jail gets constructed, if approved by the public for whatever type of funding is moved forward by the council. And so that's why it's included in this plan. That's where the $112 million came from. It was the cost escalations from the cost projections that the county council knew about last year and was under the astounding when it went to the public safety vote to the public.
Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I think you just said that we changed the language we adopted was to build a new facility. We actually changed the language to say repair, potentially repair, or build a new one.
You're correct, Councilmember Donovan.
Because I just looked at the language of that. But we could look at the dollar amount as essentially a placeholder. It could say $12 or 12.
That's correct.
$112 million.
And the $12 million came from cost escalation at 6% per year.
Assuming we went, but we changed the language so it wasn't assuming La Bounty. It wasn't assuming 521 beds. It was assuming we were going to repair and or build something. And we have this, I guess the confusing thing for some of us and a lot of people in the audience too is like, do we have to have that dollar amount there? Why that dollar amount?
Well, if you remember, the intent of that plan is to understand that there's enough funding available or methods of funding available for different capital projects that the county will be moving forward with. That $112 million is a placeholder for whatever is decided from the public of Whatcom County on the best way to fund the facility.
Mr. Sadoo.
I think what I heard was last time was one of the comment was that since that is the only official document administration has about the jail, we had spent almost close to $1 million, hired a contract, went through the process. So that is a document which exists. It tells you how much it's going to cost and all this. But that's why we cannot come up with a number out of the air, say, let's change 112 to 60 or 65. So when this discussion was happening, because you guys probably don't attend all the meetings, many of you, the discussion was held that, okay, we need to put a placeholder number. It does not bind the council or the public or anybody that it has to cost $112 million or it has to be this big, where it has to be built. All these things are being reconsidered. And I think that that information has not trickled down to everybody. That's why that number is in there.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, wasn't that amount supposed to cover the accessory building services too, like the triage center or things that are going to be used to help either divert or give people who are dangerous in one way or another the ability to have the kind of services that we don't have now?
The $100 million for a new jail facility or replacement jail facility does include the medical services, the behavioral health services that would be located in a new facility if that's where this path goes. So yes, there is the behavioral health medical services in area within that new facility that includes. That we currently do not have space to provide those services in the existing public safety building, the existing jail.
And we talked about educational services so people can get their GEDs and vocational services and all kinds of other things. And so I thought when we talked about set up that other committee, diversion and all, that would help include that.
And correct. In the next year, as the community and as council works through the jail planning work group to define the best mechanism of funding, as well as the incarceration prevention reduction task force for those alternatives and different pretrial systems and efforts that can be done. Those will all help define where the next step is in this long-standing decade discussion on what do we do with our existing jail and how do we replace it.
Right, and it's going to cost some money to keep repairing it because it's a mess and until we get there. But also, I just thought that we were going to have some other. Is the triage center going to be part of that?
That's a separate proposal and is included in this document because remember, these are capital projects from a planning standpoint that the county needs to understand that there's enough existing revenue or that there is a revenue source that can be taken to be accomplished.
Well, I remember that we voted that whatever kind of jail we have can't open until or unless the triage is opened at the same time or before. So can we use the same monies?
There'll be separate monies because actually for the triage facility, that's one discussion that we've been having a lot of comments on in the Incarceration Prevention Reduction Task Force. The county's just applied for a $2 million grant to the State Department of Commerce, and we have an existing $3 million in behavioral health funds to help construct that, more than likely prior to the construction of a new jail, to help for law enforcement, different emergency medical services, to use that type of behavioral health unit so that they're not using the jail because that may be the only other place right now for inmates or those types of people to go. And so we will be moving forward with that type of triage facility more than likely in the next couple of years.
But, so can't we say that that money is to include the other?
I unfortunately don't have it in front of me,
Yeah, I
Councilmember
don't
Bremer, to tell you the specifics on where the plan says. The plan, I believe, includes behavioral health funds for the triage
Right,
center
right.
and the commerce grant.
And but for the, but for the building, for the triage center itself, building, or any other co-occurring types of buildings, can we use, if we say we want to use the money for all the related, can we do that?
So if I understand your question, from a public safety tax in the future?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of veering off the comp plan now, so.
Well, not really,
Mr.
because
Brown.
of the money.
I just wanted to bring up a couple of things for the benefit of the public. The reason that the number, just to make sure everybody clearly understands this, the original budget number for the new jail was $100 million. Because nationally, construction costs are rising at about 6% per annum. If it comes back to the voters and is approved in 2017, the assumption is if we do nothing different, the price has gone from 100 million to 112 million just because of the inflation of the construction costs. I'm not endorsing or opposing that particular number. I'm just trying to explain why the number changed. The other thing I wanted to bring up is when we set up the task force, one of the things that we did is we agreed to create 3 modelling tools. One was for calculating the actual allocation of jail beds between jurisdictions. The other one was to calculate the allocation of the cost between jurisdictions. And the third one was a tool that allowed the jail task force members, the different community the different jurisdictions and the community to look at ways of how we would calculate the actual jail beds required. And that's a model that I've been working on with Executive Laos, and that's going to be released in September, and that will allow anybody in the audience or anybody in the community to experiment with what they think the right number is, the right size of the jail, based on different assumptions and different common things that would increase or decrease the number of beds required.
Mr. Weimer?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, I support the motion, which may surprise some people because a lot of my stuff is what's getting delayed if we pass the comp plan this evening. But I feel like the jail has been mentioned, the numbers that people are concerned with are just, as people have said, kind of holding numbers. We changed the goals and the policies to keep that all flexible, so the different task force we have created can work to come up with the jail we want. So just because the number may look the same, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the jail you're going to get. We delayed looking at marine resources because that hadn't been addressed in the EIS. I think there's a process for doing that. That's not critical that we do that right away. There's been a lot of comments just in the last couple days that we've done enough to address water quality issues and to tie those with land use issues. But I think what the piece that people don't see yet is that this fall, both the Planning Commission and ourselves will be taking up the idea of expanding our low-impact development regulations county-wide. So it won't matter whether you live in the Lake Whatcom watershed or Birch Bay. No matter where you live in the county, there will be new low-impact development regulations to help ratchet down pollution into our streams. And finally, my amendments to the Cherry Point, which have been delayed to the Planning Commission. There was an outcry that had not got enough public comment, so this will give it another opportunity. And I think you'll hear perhaps later this evening that we hope to address that even quicker than has been talked about so far.
Mr. Brown?
On another issue, I just want to say that I want to recognize there's much more work to be done on the comprehensive plan. But what we've got tonight, I think, is evidence of the good progress that has been made. I wanted to be clear that the law allows us to revise the comprehensive plan at least annually. The acceptance of this tonight only binds us until we revise it. It does not tie our hands for the next 20 years, as some people have expressed concern.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, it's once annual, not at least annually, but there were a whole bunch of significant changes that were made. Some I like, some I don't like, but they were significant. And while the Planning Commission had the comprehensive plan for, I think, a year and a half, something like that. I know somebody said it was a few months. Well, they didn't have it for a few months. They had it for a year and a half. Then we got it in January, and there have been so many significant changes made by the council that I think not only should this go back to the Planning Commission. I mean, people don't like having to wait. I'm very sorry, but I do think there are enough significant changes that this whole thing should go back to the Planning Commission. This was just a little teeny one, but even when I tried to get the issue of desalinization put in there, I just don't feel like I got listened to very much, this whole comp plan thing. And there's a whole lot of stuff that I brought forward that it was environmental stuff that just didn't get passed. And I feel like it's so different than what we got from the Planning Commission. And our rules, we have laws that say if you make significant changes do have to go back through the Planning Commission. And except for that one that, got sent back, there's a bunch of other ones, maybe not as important to some people, but they are important to other people, and they're important to our process. So I'm not going to support passing this thing tonight.
Mr. Donovan.
I'm going to speak in favor of voting on it now, and I agree with some of the points that Councilmember Brenner made about there's substantial changes here, but we've been working on this for 7 months, and I'm not 100% happy with it. I'm not sure anybody is. I supported one of the desalinization things.
I know you were the only other one.
But I don't think we could go back and forth with the planning. I didn't like the idea of sending the Chapter 2 amendments to the Planning Commission, because I think we can go like ping pong back and forth forever, except for the fact that if it is that controversial, we want the extra process. But I think we've accomplished a lot, and I think we heard the audience talking about a lot of things we've accomplished here. I think Mr. Brown made a point that I wanted to also make, that some of the people concerned about maybe the land capacity analysis from the city of Bellingham, if those do show up to be somehow hugely problematic, we do have the ability to revisit this once a year. It's a 20-year planning horizon. It doesn't mean we're locked in for this stuff for 20 years. But I'm really, actually, I think we retained a lot of the stuff we got from the Planning Commission. I'd like to thank staff for all the work and putting up with us on this stuff. We received comments from building industry, farm groups, the ag community, environmentalists, tribes, business community. I think we all worked pretty hard to incorporate as much of that as we could. I think the normal vote we had on these things was 7-0. There were a lot of things that didn't get 7-0 votes. But I'm happy with how the process went.
Mr. Sadhu?
I want to speak in favor of adopting this as well, because if we are looking for a perfect document, I don't think we can get it even in 10 years. And things will keep happening. So I think that with all the input over 7 months from variety of groups and variety of interest groups, we have tried to do the best compromise, balanced amendments. One of the things I just want to address is that we have heard a lot that Cherry Point, loss of jobs, and some of these things, that there will be no tomorrow. Now, if we go back, not too long ago, electricity is only 100 years old. How come we don't run steam trains anymore? Things change. 20 years, people think it's a 20-year transition time, and one of the things I wrote to myself is that if we make a motto that within 20 years, 50% of passenger vehicles will be non-petroleum, we can achieve that. It's not. People are always pitting one against the other. The other thing, we assume that if we don't refine petroleum here, it will come back from Asia. Why we assume that petroleum will always be the preferred fuel? What about water? Hydrogen cell? You know, if we take all the money, we are subsidizing petroleum industry today and put all that money for 20 years into alternate energy, we can achieve that. You know, you just close your eyes and think, 20 years ago, Microsoft was only 10 years old. Today, Dow Jones 30 industrial group have companies, more than half of the companies were not even existing. That's what we call it change. There was no Facebook. Today, we are running a president election on Twitter.
Yeah,
That's the technology. I mean, the thing is, if we stop fighting, and this is a transition which can happen maybe 20 years, maybe it will take 30 years. But we must see where our kids and grandkids will be, not my job, my last 5 years of my job. It's the 40 years of the job of the kid who's 15 years old today. That's what we need to look at. And we are not. And I think that just creating this fear that, you know, that everybody is for shutting down Cherry Point. No, that's not true. That's not true. Electrician or technicians, they need a job. It doesn't matter. They work for a solar company, they're working for Xfinity, they're working for any other company. Electrician has a skill. So is hundreds of new technicians. 50 of the major trades, which were prime trades 25, 30 years ago, no jobs exist for them. What do you do about them? So I think we have to have an open mind rather than always trying to say, if this say black, I'm going to say white, or vice versa. We have to really be pragmatic. I think that 20 years is a long time, and we can convert 50% of our passenger vehicles to non-petroleum fuel. And we can still use petroleum for a lot of other products. Petroleum is a valuable commodity. So I just wanted to add that there is no doom and gloom, and that if the industry is going to shut down by nature as the time comes. And it has happened over the last 100 years, if you look at it. Always has happened. So this is not that community or people are forcing, we are just making people aware what is coming. Not right in front of you for next 2 days or next 2 years. Next 20, 30, 40 years. Be aware of that. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I have to just disagree with you slightly in that I don't think it's all or nothing either. I'm not happy with the comp plan. There's a whole lot of stuff. I could take up time of everybody tonight for many, many hours. I proposed so many amendments, and except for my grammatical ones, most of them never got passed. So it's not like we could keep fixing this forever. It's not even fixed to where I think it should be passed. And I do think that we are not, that our process, this whole attitude that we have had it 7 months, this is like how many, our packet was that big, and we've had it 7 months, where the Planning Commission had it a year and a half, and this council has made so many significant changes. If we were just going to tweak it here and there, then yeah, this was plenty of time. But I do my homework, and I work on this stuff day and night. I have no life anymore except this comp plan. And I'm telling you, it's not where it should be, and I'm not supporting it.
Okay, any last thoughts? Is he on the phone? Mr. Mann, do you have any?
Nope, I'm going to vote for it, and I appreciate all the comments and all the work that's been done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mann.
Very political.
Okay, with no further discussion, please call the roll.
Okay.
And this is just to forward for concurrent review.
This is for the forwarding for concurrent review.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed. There was a lot of talk about Mr. Weimer's Chapter 2 amendments and the upcoming Planning Commission process. And in order to protect the ideals that I think this council really thought was important, that's why we voted to put this through. In order to protect those ideals put forward in his amendments through this process of the Planning Commission, I'm going to read into the record an emergency ordinance for council consideration. This is an emergency ordinance imposing a moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point urban growth area, the primary purpose of which would be the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. Whereas the County Council previously adopted Title 20 zoning of Whatcom County Code, which regulates land use within unincorporated areas of Whatcom County, and whereas the County Council adopted the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan on May 20th, 1997, which contains goals, objectives, and policies regarding land use compatibility and environmental considerations. And whereas the Whatcom County Council is currently updating the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan as required by the Revised Code of Washington 36.70A, and whereas the Whatcom County Council has received hundreds of individual public comments requesting the comprehensive plan be amended to discourage fossil fuel transshipment, transport, and transfer from Cherry Point to protect the health of Whatcom County's environment and residents. And whereas the Whatcom County Council has requested the Whatcom County Planning Commission review language that would discourage new development that would primarily facilitate the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. And whereas multiple trains carrying crude oil from the Bakken Formation moving through the United States and Canada have derailed and exploded, causing damage to property and the environment, and whereas a unit train carrying Bakken crude traveling through Mosier, Oregon on June 3rd, 2016 derailed and exploded, causing damage to property and the Columbia River, demonstrating that recently adopted state and federal policies intended to reduce the risks associated with oil by rail have proven insufficient to protect communities along the rail corridor. And whereas 2 trains carrying diluted bitumen oil products derived from tar sands and dilute derailed and exploded en route to refineries in the United States. And whereas the Washington State Department of Natural Resources has designated waters adjacent to the Cherry Point urban growth area as an aquatic reserve to ensure long-term protection of this unique aquatic environment. And whereas the United States recently lifted a ban on the export of crude oil from the country, increasing pressure on deep water ports such as Cherry Point to develop into crude export terminals. And whereas existing refineries at Cherry Point have recently increased their ability to accept crude oil by rail by constructing new rail offloading facilities to serve the refineries, and whereas existing and proposed pipeline facilities have increased or proposed to increase their capacity to move crude oil, diluted bitumen, and natural gas to Cherry Point, and whereas Title 20 currently does not explicitly prohibit transshipment, transport, and transfer of unrefined fossil fuel and the construction of infrastructure to facilitate expanded shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. And whereas according to June 27, 2016 land capacity analysis report produced by the Planning and Development Services, Cherry Point contains only 1,072.6 acres of developable land that is zoned heavy impact industrial for the purpose of supplying a reasonable amount of land commensurate with demand for the location and grouping of heavy impact industrial uses and to minimize the scope of impacts generated with the heavy industrial HII, heavy impact industrial district, and to provide production for non-industrial districts situation outside thereof, and that is Whatcom County Code 20.68.010. Whereas expansion of existing facilities for the purpose of shipping unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point will increase the transport of dangerous fuels through our community and increase the risk of possible derailment, spills, explosion, and the fallout will pose a serious threat to the community. And whereas pursuant to the Washington State Constitution, the general police powers granted to counties empower and authorize Whatcom County to adopt land use controls to provide for the regulation of land uses within the county and to provide that such uses shall be consistent with applicable law. And whereas the County Council finds that the interim moratorium imposed by this ordinance is necessary for the protection of public health and safety. And whereas it is necessary to have this ordinance taken effect immediately in order to prevent development application from vesting under current law and thus subverting the purpose of the proposed update to the policies and regulations for Cherry Point. And whereas the Whatcom County Charter limits an emergency ordinance not to exceed 60 days from the effective date of adoption, and whereas the Whatcom County Council is required by RCW 36.70A.390 to hold a public hearing within 60 days of passage of this ordinance. Whereas the council fully recognizes the limits of its authority over transportation of certain goods imposed by federal statutes and the U.S. Constitution and finds this action within its authority. Now therefore be it ordained that the Whatcom County Council adopts the above whereas recitals as findings of fact in support of its action as required by RCW 36.70A.390. Be it further ordained by the Whatcom County Council that an emergency moratorium is hereby imposed prohibiting the filing, acceptance, and processing of new applications for conversion of land or water, new buildings or structure permits, or other county permits or authorizations in the Cherry Point urban growth area for new or expanded facilities whose purpose is to facilitate the increased shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed of Cherry Point unless the applications were filed and completed prior to the effective date of this ordinance and vested pursuant to Washington statutes. Or they are for building permits for remodels or repairs of existing structures where no increased capacity for shipping unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point will result or are necessary to protect health and safety of the community. Be it further ordained that the Whatcom County Council finds that a public emergency exists, necessitating that this emergency ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall expire as of the 61st day following the date on which this ordinance becomes law, unless previously repealed or extended. Be it further ordained that if a section, subsection, paragraph, or sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is declared unconstitutional or invalid by any reason, by any court, competent jurisdiction, such decision shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. And if the provisions of this ordinance are found to be inconsistent with other provisions of Whatcom County Code, this ordinance shall control. Be it further ordained that for purpose of this ordinance, the definition of unrefined fossil fuel includes, but is not limited to, all forms of crude oil, whether stabilized or not, raw bitumen, diluted bitumen, or syn crude, coal, methane, propane, butane, and other natural gas in liquid or gaseous formates and condensate. We're almost done. Be it further ordained that for the purpose of this ordinance, the definition of facility includes but is not limited to piers, wharfs, buildings, tank farms, pipelines, rail loading and offloading facilities, road spurs, or any other such physical infrastructure intended to receive, transfer, or store unrefined fuels. I would so move this ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
Okay, well, I'm fine with prohibiting any expansion of crude oil exports. That's fine, but there's a bunch of things in here I'm not sure how we would deal with them. One of them is it talks about Cherry Point specifically. Well, Cherry Point has agreements, I believe, with the closest refinery in Canada and one in California. I mean, I'm not sure. I kind of heard this, and I was asking somebody about it. If we do have stuff like that, that say Cherry Point has to close for a while to do repairs or do something, and they ship the crude somewhere else, maybe, I don't know, it seems like we need to this is to not increase it or not, so they could still do that. Okay, that was one thing. So I can, oh, the 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas, it says to discourage fossil fuel. It should say to discourage crude fossil fuel or unrefined fossil fuel, I believe. So that's one amendment.
On the first page?
Yeah, it's right, fourth, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, second line. To discourage,
Gotcha.
yeah. Unrefined is what you've been using, so that would be fine with me.
Ms. Brenner, if you want to make that amendment as a motion, I will second it.
I should do these one at a time. Okay, that's my amendment, my motion.
Okay,
Include the word unrefined.
We have a motion and a second to insert the word unrefined before the word fossil in the fourth whereas. Discussion on that particular amendment? I'll do that. Mr. Weimer?
I'll support it. I just think it was written without that word in there because we're talking about what the hundreds of individuals came and talked to us about, and they weren't always only talking about unrefined, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Not only are we talking about it, but I think it was probably half and half with some people calling it crude and some people calling it unrefined. So, okay. Then in the last, whereas.
Well, we need to deal with this first.
We didn't vote on it. Okay.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That
No.
amendment? No?
I was a no.
Okay, so that passes 6-1 with Mr. Mann opposed.
Please. Okay, last whereas, this is my grammatical obsession. It should, river should be capitalized, Columbia River. It's got Columbia capitalized, not river. Can we just do that?
I think we can just do that.
Okay. And then, let me just finish these up. Okay. Yeah, this one, 1, 2, 3, fourth one.
Which page?
On the second page, fourth one. Whereas existing refineries at Cherry Point have recently increased their ability to accept crude oil by rail by constructing new rail offloading facilities to serve the refineries. Isn't that what we want them to do? That's not exporting it, that's refining it. So why is that in there?
Mr. Weimer?
I'm not sure why everybody's looking at me, but
Because I got a feeling you had something to do with this.
I think that's in there because we're listing in the whereas all the potential things that could lead to export of crude oil. And since they now have the rail facilities, they could just move from rail right to export and skip the refinery, as the gentleman talked to us about earlier today.
Well, that's something you should put in as a whereas of what could happen. That's not what it says to me. It says it's to serve the refineries. It doesn't say to serve the Cherry Point. There's something just not right about that because that's what we want them to do. At least I do. Okay, well, I'll make a motion that Carl make the language about what it could do rather than this, because this doesn't seem like a reason to have it in there. I mean, I like the language fine, it just doesn't belong in this, I don't think.
What's your motion?
My motion would be to, I guess, take it out or. It was very misleading when I read, to me, it seemed very misleading. I would love, if they want to increase their ability to do refining, I support that. And that's kind of what I read that.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, and I think we're just kind of laying out the evidence of all the things that would go on that could potentially lead to export. This is all about the export of unprocessed or
right.
unrefined, so it doesn't affect their
gonna...
ability to use this at the refinery.
Okay, the next one, and in some other places, it's the definition of crude oil. And excuse my ignorance, but since when is natural gas considered crude oil?
It's not.
Well, why is it in there then? It's in there in a couple of places. Here it says, for the purpose of this ordinance, the definition of unrefined fossil fuel includes, but is not, that's on the third page at the very bottom, but is not limited to the raw bitumen, I don't know what that, diluted, I don't know, syncrude, coal, fine, methane, fine, propane, which I would say 90% of the people in Whatcom County use either natural gas or propane, and it's got natural gas and propane in here that they couldn't.
Mr. Weimer.
Yeah, I think the point is we were trying to deal with the export of things that are not going to be refined or processed at Cherry Point. There's a proposal right now to bring a big pipeline across the border at Sumas.
To go to Canada.
From Canadian Gas, they'll have the right of eminent domain to take people's property without their permission.
Is that the one that goes back?
On the way to
in
Cherry Point, and then it'll go underwater from Cherry Point to
Victoria.
Vancouver Island. So
Okay.
this is one way to catch proposals like that, where there's really not any refinery processing going on at Cherry Point. It's just to export natural gas.
So they could bring it into Cherry Point for any kind of refining of those. See, I thought natural gas was refined somehow.
Well, we're defining it here as not.
Well, so does that make lots of us hypocrites who use natural gas or propane?
No, we're just saying we don't want to expand the use of natural gas, the export and shipping of natural gas to other countries, just like we don't want crude oil, because while natural gas may not be as bad as crude oil, it's still a use of fossil fuels, and many of us believe that that has something to do with climate change.
Well, could you say for exporting? I don't like it without saying for exporting it's considered this, but there's just something seems disingenuous when we include that. Where are we getting our natural gas? Anybody know? Where?
Actually,
I can't. The gas company. Oh, that's very good.
Pipeline
Okay.
that terminates here, doesn't export.
Okay, well, let me just do, okay. And the one other thing, grammatical, on the last page, be it finally ordained, not further ordained.
Oh, right, yes.
Mr. Chair, if we
Yes.
could we just, I'd like to address Ms. Brenner's, not her final point, but the one just before.
Okay.
Can you get the microphone?
Sorry. I'd like to, before we move off Ms. Brenner's last point, I'd like to address that one because I
Natural
shared some
gas?
concerns.
The one about
the definition,
Okay.
if I may.
I mean, if you-
So, I have concerns about an unrefined fossil fuel definition to include refined products such as propane and butane. I'm not sure, I think Cherry Point currently produces butane, so that would be impacting what they're currently doing. While I share the concerns about the burning of fossil fuels, methane produces at least half, I think it's approximately half the carbon footprint of, say, coal. Propane replaces, in many cases, wood-burning stoves, which is very important in a lot of the developing world. So
How about natural gas? How about the
Well,
natural?
natural gas is also, natural gas is typically a replacement for coal. Propane is typically used because you can store it at a much lower pressure, so you can transport it for a stove or something. But while I have concerns about the definition, given that this is only for 60 days, I think we have opportunity to work on that going forward, should we wish to. But I do want to express that concern up front.
Okay.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, there's been discussion here about how this affects climate change and potentially transitioning away from fossil fuels, or what has, is propane better than coal or whatever. I want to just make sure we have it clear in the record that we're doing this because of the threat to public health and safety that increased traffic through Whatcom County for the purpose of export or whatever. Just the fact that there's more rail cars coming through, potentially more pipelines coming through, and that we have an obligation to protect the environment here and the public health here. If that has spillover effects for climate change potentially, or transition from fossil fuel, that's great. But like our capacity to do this is because we're concerned about protecting public health in Whatcom County and the environment in Whatcom County.
Yes. Ms. Brenner?
Well, could it have the other effect on, on some of that? I was thinking, if we don't bring it here and do refining here of natural gas or propane, couldn't there conceivably be more trains going through here to take it to somewhere else?
Mr. Weimer?
I actually wanted to talk about something else, but I can address that a little bit. They don't move natural gas much by trains anyway. I guess you could do
Pipelines.
liquefied natural gas, but I don't think hardly anybody's doing that. But we have a lot of natural gas in the county. We have a huge natural gas pipeline that runs north and south through the county
So we don't need.
that brings gas from both the Rocky Mountains and Canadian, BC and Alberta. What I wanted to say is that I think Mr. Donovan was spot on about this being health and safety, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure we were including things like propane and natural gas because of the pipeline I already talked about, but there's already a proposal, and I think a gentleman from Petrogas was here. They already ship LPG from the Intalco dock. That was always a byproduct from the refineries before, and there's a pipeline out there that moves it from the refineries to the shipment there at Intalco. What's happened recently, there's a company that has bought out I don't know if it's a controlling share, but a share of that company, I think it's a Chinese company, and they've started to increase the shipping, and now there's train loads of LPG gas coming in here, heading for that facility to export it. So it's no longer just what's going on at Cherry Point, they're bringing it in. And they may have plans to bring in lots more of it.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, could we put language in there that says it's okay as a byproduct of the refining locally, but not allowed to be shipped through here to
Well, that's kind of what this says.
That's what it says.
It's already, it's just for new things. They already have a pipeline. They're already dealing with the stuff from the refineries. That won't change this.
Okay. Fine with me.
Further discussion? If not,
Mr. Chair, sorry, I do. So I have 3 proposed new whereases. I don't know if you want to deal with them individually or collectively.
Individually.
let's do them one at a time.
Okay, sorry. So the first whereas is, whereas on July 12th, 2016, the county received a letter from the chairman of the Lummi Business Council, in which included the statement that they hope that the amendments to the comprehensive plan not unfairly impact the current employers within Cherry Point. So that's my first whereas.
Okay,
I'll
that's a-
second it.
That's a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that amendment, Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, I was actually going to say something about that. We got a brief letter from Chairman Ballou, and he said it was such a balanced, it was an amazing letter. I wrote him right back and said that was absolutely amazing. He wants us to protect public health and make sure things are done in a safe way, but not to negatively impact the businesses, the existing businesses at Cherry Point. I thought spot on. So some people who may think that and I'm not speaking, I'm just speaking from the letter I got, it seems to me the Lummies have a strong balance of that they want them to be able to continue, but they want to make sure it's done safely. I thought that was excellent.
Can you read it one more time? The first one.
Whereas on July 12th, 2016, the county received a letter from the chairman of the Lummi Business Council in which included the statement that they hope that the amendments to the comprehensive plan not unfairly impact the current employers within Cherry Point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Could I add a friendly amendment? Could you put his name? Chairman
Yeah,
Ballou?
Chairman Ballou.
is
Yeah.
good.
I like that.
Chairman Ballou, so to read from Chairman Ballou of the Lummi Business Council.
Okay, any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
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 That passes 7-0.
Okay. My next one is, which would, sorry, by the way, this last one would be inserted, it would become the 5th whereas. And then this next one would become the 6th whereas.
Okay, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 6th one, okay.
Right. Whereas the county recognises that the existing refineries have for decades been significant exporters of refined fossil fuels such as jet fuel to Vancouver, calcined coke used in the manufacture of aluminium globally. And also while providing substantial local employment.
Can you do it one more time?
Whereas the county recognises the existing refiners have been for decades significant exporters of refined fossil fuels such as jet fuel to Vancouver and calcined coke used in the manufacture of aluminium, while also providing substantial local employment.
That looks better.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, Ms. Brenner?
One little, can you say jet fuel to, where did you say, to Vancouver?
Vancouver.
How about Vancouver and Seattle? We're one of the biggest ones.
Well, and Seattle.
That's within the country.
That's a domestic.
Oh,
That-
gotcha.
That's why you specifically chose Vancouver, because it's an export market.
Okay. But we're not saying you can't export refined.
Yes, we are.
Refined?
Well, no.
I mean,
no,
we're not
this is not-
saying, let's see, we're saying you can't export unrefined.
Right, I know, and I just want to make sure that, the reason I'm putting this in is I want the public to be fully aware of both the Lummy's most recent express view, which is why I had the first one, and what the current operations are of Cherry Point, because I think many people were under the impression that Cherry Point is not currently involved in export, and a substantial part of their business has been export for decades, so.
So okay, only to other countries, does it?
Okay, Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Vancouver, Washington.
I'm talking about Vancouver.
Do you have information, because I know there's no pipeline from Cherry Point that goes to the Vancouver airport, so how are they exporting it to Vancouver?
Those big old trucks.
I don't know how they do it, but I've been told by several people that's what they do. In fact,
Why not?
I've been told by several people that they're either the only or the majority supplier of jet fuel to the city of Vancouver Airport.
It makes sense they're close by, but I just don't know whether it's true, because all the refined product I know goes south. So.
Right. And one of my concerns about any attempt to ban the export of refined fossil fuels is that we'd simply see that jet fuel needs being met by the city of Vancouver by bringing jet fuel tankers through the Strait of Juan de Fuca.
See, I told you that.
So, anyway, that's my motion. If you need me to
I'll
read it
second it to get a little discussion, but can't we just put a simpler sentence that this will in no way, what's the word? Prohibit or reduce the.
That would not be a whereas. That would be
Ordained, yeah.
ordained. This is not an action. This is just informational.
Well, maybe just to say, okay, would it be an action to say this is not meant to reduce the export of refined fossil fuels from Cherry Point?
But that still wouldn't be a whereas.
It wouldn't? Okay, but it would be therefore be resolved? It doesn't make sense.
Mr. Donovan?
Now, in the main be it ordained, we're saying this affects permits or authorizations for new or expanded facilities whose purpose is to facilitate the increased shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not processed at Cherry Point. It doesn't specify export as if it's domestic or, and you're, so I'm trying to, this whereas speaking about the potential stuff going to Vancouver, BC.
But that's refined.
The purpose is to make sure everybody understands what is currently going on. And I know a lot of the comments that we received, people were saying they wanted a ban on the export of fossil fuels, be they refined or unrefined.
Right.
And I think a lot of people felt, well, that's not going to have any impact on Cherry Point currently because they don't export. Well, in fact, they do export. The majority of their businesses actually export. So that's why I felt it was important to put it in here.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, I think we have avoided, because I don't see it anywhere else in here, the word export, so maybe we stick with the other words we've used in here and say, whereas currently the refineries at Cherry Point ship refined products.
That's fine. Yeah. So I would accept that as an amendment to the word export.
Okay.
Well, so you don't want to add a little to that current, and that will continue. I don't know. It just seems like if you want to say it, there's a simpler way to say it rather than that it's not going to stop the shipment, export shipment, whatever, of refined fossil fuels. I know, because there's a lot of confusion by a lot of people about, are we talking fossil fuel? Are we talking unrefined fossil fuel? And some people just keep using the term fossil fuel interchangeably.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Brown and I support it, is just trying to make it clear that we're not trying to mess with the refinery's ability to ship refined fuels.
Perfect, let's just,
I think
whatever
that's-
he said.
I think that's kind of what he's got now.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't think it's really needed in the ordinance, but I think just for clarity, perhaps it doesn't hurt anything.
I think it's
So
important.
I think I can cut this down a little bit if you'd like me to reread it.
Go ahead.
Right. Whereas the county recognizes that the existing refiners have been significant shippers of refined fossil fuels such as jet fuel and calcined coke,
Yeah, perfect.
while providing substantial local employment.
Yes.
Could you say shippers / exporters?
I think I would accept Mr. Weimer's suggestion that we just be consistent,
So that would be which,
just using the word shippers.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Right, and then my last one, which would follow on, is whereas the refining of fossil fuels at Cherry Point provides high-wage jobs which would be lost if the existing refineries were converted to crude oil export facilities.
That's true,
Do you have a second?
I second
I
that.
think.
Discussion? Mr. Weimer?
I'm trying to think if we need to insert another word, because I'm not sure that's true. You could export crude oil and refine at the same time.
Yeah, actually, I want to change that. It shouldn't be would, it should be could. Could be lost.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So if I can reread it. Whereas the refining of fossil fuels at Cherry Point provides high-wage jobs which could be lost if the existing refineries were converted to crude oil export facilities.
That's fine.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Passes 7-0.
One
I-
minor, oops, sorry.
I have a couple more, but I don't want to hog the tape. If someone else wants to.
You're kidding, you got more?
Well, I don't have more. I have some slight changes. I don't have any more whereas statements.
I have a minor amendment.
Well, both of you.
Go ahead.
Okay, on page 3, in terms of the be it further ordained, there's an exception unless the applications 1, 2, and 3. I'd like to get the word maintenance in there, maybe on number 2.
Be it further ordained.
Page 3.
Oh,
there's,
the first one.
yeah.
Or shouldn't that just say be it ordained, the first one?
I don't know.
I'm sure it
probably.
should, otherwise it's kind of.
No, because it's ordained above and then further ordained. But
Yeah.
are for building permits
Oh,
for remodels,
gotcha.
maintenance, or repairs of existing
Second.
structures.
Would you say that again?
So are for building permits for remodels, maintenance, or repairs of.
Okay,
I don't know if that's the best place, but it's important. I think we
Yes.
get maintenance in there somewhere.
yeah.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second.
Yeah.
And the commas,
Any
the
discussion?
Oxford commas.
Oxford commas.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify with aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 7-0. Okay, Mr. Brown, back to your corner.
So then on the second whereas from the bottom of the first page starts multiple trains.
Wait a sec. Second, whereas. First page?
First page.
Second to the last.
Oh, second to the last?
Starts whereas multiple trains. You right? At the end of the word environment, I would put a comma, and then they'd say one derailment caused significant fatalities.
Could you read the whole thing?
So we then read multiple trains carrying crude oil from the Balkan Formation, moving through the United States and Canada, have derailed and exploded, causing damage to property and the environment, one derailment caused significant fatalities.
And we know this.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Canada.
Okay.
So in fact, I think 2 weeks ago was the 3rd-year anniversary of the Quebec disaster.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to add that language. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, my next one is on the last whereas. On the 3rd line down, it says federal policies.
Yes. Wait a minute.
You're talking about on the same page.
Same page.
Oh.
Same page.
Oh, last one, last
Okay.
whereas.
Last whereas on that, on the first page?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to vote you.
That's okay, you didn't even vote me.
You ready?
Okay,
After the word federal policies, after the word federal policies, I want to include the words "and corporate investment."
What?
And corporate investment. In short, what I'm trying to draw attention to here is that.
Second.
Well, read the whole, read that.
So it would now read, whereas a unit train carrying Balkan crude travelling through Mosa, Oregon on June 3rd, 2016 derailed and exploded, causing damage to property in the Columbia River, demonstrating that recently adopted state and federal policies and corporate investment intended to reduce the risks associated with oil by rail have proven to be insufficient to protect communities along the rail corridor.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make here is simply that it's not just the state and federal authorities that are responsible for this. The companies have a choice as to how much money they invest in safety.
Yeah.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
And then, Mr. Chair, my last request is that everywhere where we have the word unrefined, that we underline it.
Underline it?
Yes, because I want to make it very clear to particularly the workers in Cherry Point that this is not intended to affect the existing refining operations, which I think, unfortunately, they come to believe in the earlier discussions.
Right, I remember somebody saying that.
I'm not going to second an underlining thing, but I'll support it.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to underline the word unrefined, right?
Yeah, everywhere it appears.
Everywhere in the in the ordinance.
Unless Madam Clerk tells me that is structurally difficult. No, fine.
Discussion?
No, not on it.
Okay.
Then we, yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I was going to make a case for italics, but
That passes
I got
unanimously.
another point.
He's got one, yeah, and then I got one after him.
Okay, Ms. Brenner.
No,
Oh,
he
Mr.
had his hand
Donovan.
up.
Yeah, and this, I just want to get this into the record. It doesn't have to be in the whereases, but that in addition to this is, we're meeting our obligation to protect public health and the environment. That the situation changed from when we got the comp plan almost at the exact couple weeks after the export ban was lifted. Then, things going on with pending permits. It wasn't until May 9th that the Army Corps ruled on the pending permit for GPT. It wasn't until early June that the state ruled further on that permit. And that was right about when we were supposed to be finishing the comp plan. So I think one of the reasons why we need this emergency ordinance is we weren't able to do our obligation of protecting public health and the environment because of that timeline. And this is kind of like a timeout. I don't think we need whereases for that, but I think that just needs to be in the record. So.
Whereas timeout.
Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, there's top of page 2. Whereas 2 trains carrying diluted bitumen, oil products derived from tar sands and what is that? D-I-L-U? Diluent? Derailed and exploded en route to refineries in the United States. Where and when? Because I don't know anything about that. I think if we're going to have something, we ought to be kind of specific
Yeah, I can't
about
remember. I
it.
think one of them was in Pennsylvania, and I can't remember where the other one was.
Do you remember when?
Was it in the
What
last
year?
2 years?
What?
Mr. Weimer is correct in that there have been several trains that have derailed.
Yeah.
I just couldn't comment as to what they were carrying.
And exploded. This is derailed and exploded.
Well,
I mean, it just seems weird to have something kind of vague in there about when, where, what. I like that the others had them.
I think there was one in Ontario too, but that's memory, Ontario and Pennsylvania. So
How about in the last 2 years?
I think that's safe.
Okay, so you want
I'll
to say,
just-
whereas in the last 2 years?
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to add in the last 2 years prior to the words "two trains." Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Ken fell asleep over there. He's not in, did he? I didn't hear his voice.
Are you still there, Ken?
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay. I thought I heard it.
Oh, you didn't. You did not.
Okay.
All right, whatever.
So are we satisfied with amendments?
Yeah.
So now we're back to the main ordinance. Is there any last thoughts?
I want to make one last thought.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
If I will, I just want to reinforce the fact that we need to work on the, I know we've said this, I want to say it again for the record. We have to make sure that the definition of unrefined fossil fuels is compatible with existing industries out in Cherry Point. Again, I'm repeating myself, but this is only in current force for the next 60 days, 61 days. But we really do need to work on that definition. So.
Well, okay.
Ms. Brenner?
What do you mean work on it? I just thought it was not refined.
Because the definition actually includes refined fossil fuels.
Yeah, well, that's what kind of bothered me about having that in there.
So, anyway.
That's something we can work on.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Okay, any further? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Okay. We thank you all for your great testimony tonight. We are going to take a quick break. We've been sitting for 3.5 hours, and I think we need to, at least I do, need to use the little boys' room. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back. Get back to work. We will reconvene the meeting. We are now moving into the open session. During open session, members of the public will have up to 3 minutes to address the council on any issue relevant to county business, other than the public hearing that we already had, of course. Before beginning to comment, please state your name and topic of interest for the record, and if your name is complicated, please spell it and make sure to speak into the microphone and take it away. You'll have 3 minutes.
He was there first.
Hi, my name is Matt Petrini. I'm the Resources Clean Energy Program Manager. I represent over 20,000 members here locally that support our mission to protect our local environment and the people who depend on it for their livelihoods. And on behalf of our 20,000 members, I wanted to go ahead and thank you for your bold leadership in stepping forward to protect our community, to respond to the calls of thousands of people who have been asking for decisive action and for swift action that deals with the risk that we're exposed to while we take the time to develop a sensible, well-crafted policy that preserves existing jobs, that protects our refinery workers, but also protects our health and safety and protects our waterways and our fisheries that many people in this community depend on. So I wanted to go ahead and thank you for that, and thank you for your leadership all throughout this comprehensive plan process, because you've really done an excellent job. Everybody on this council has put their heart and soul into it. Barbara, especially, you've done a lot of work, and we really appreciate it. So thank you for all of your leadership.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mark Greenberg, and I live in the Geneva neighborhood. It's a pleasure to come before council again. We've been doing this now for 3 years to talk to you about a topic that really, I think, pales in comparison to some of the big issues that you dealt with this evening in talking about the comprehensive plan. We're really talking about a few meters of pavement along Lakeway. And as I listened to the comments this evening, I was really struck that those few meters of pavement really echo some of the important themes that came out in conversations about the comprehensive plan this evening. We're really talking about a livable county. We're talking about a county that balances automobiles with cyclists and pedestrians. We're talking about a county in which people can live safely, cross the street safely, in which we're looking to a future in which bicycles and pedestrians share the road safely with our growing population. Please recall that it has been a 3-year journey together on this issue with multiple opportunities for public comment. We were funded in the last capital plan for last year, funded again this year. The residents living along Lakeway once again wish to show appreciation for the fact that $65,000 was funded recently for the design, and that what appears on the consent agenda this evening is near or at the final stage in a long journey with you of public comment and multiple votes, which is your support this evening for the contract to build the crosswalk, to put into place very astutely the $65,000 that has already been spent so that we can complete this important project. I do ask you please to vote in support of the first consent agenda. Thank you.
My name is Eileen Kadish, and I'm here to also address item number 1 on your consent agenda. The Parkstone community, as Mark had mentioned, has worked for about 3 years for this crosswalk at Parkstone Lane and Lakeway Drive. We've had, during that time, more families move into our neighborhood. There are a lot more children. We also have an active walking club in Parkstone and cross Lakeway nearly every day during our walks. We'd like to encourage more people to walk by having a neighborhood that is safe for walking. We'd especially like to thank Kevin Thompson and Jim Karcher of Public Works for being so great and working to reach out to our community and get feedback about this project. They have been great to work with. And again, we request that you approve the Lakeway construction contract tonight, and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. Alex Rammel, Bellingham. And all I really have right now is thank you. Thank you for bold leadership. This is a big step. It's an important step. The process is, of course, not over. But thank you for doing this.
Max Perry, Whatcom County. I just want to take a moment to urge the county to pass on Barbara's amendment for the Cherry Point Reserve along with Carl's. Carl's came in, Barbara's maybe late, but Carl's is late too, with July 2nd or July 5th was when you guys took that in. So I think this would be a good balance for it. It's a good balance for the restrictive language that Carl's got in. So I think the Planning Commission would be greatly benefit from that, looking at both of them. Thank you.
Good evening again. Brad Owens, Whatcom County here. I'd just like to make a few comments on the resolution that Barbara Brenner brought forward. And I think that it is representative of a lot of consideration related to a lot of different feelings about Cherry Point and compromise and protecting current industry, and also creating a document that invites development in Whatcom County and in Cherry Point. And for many, many years, there's been this negative connotation that Whatcom County is anti-growth, doesn't encourage industry to come here. And I think that those thoughts need to be addressed in the documents that are created, that we do encourage industry to come here and that they will be treated fairly and their projects considered. So anyway, I just wanted to thank Barbara for all her hard work in bringing that forward. So thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
You made me blush.
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. When I came in tonight, I thought the hearing was about the jail. We were a little late. And I have to say, I've never heard so much misinformation. And I felt a little sad to have so many, especially the young ones, talk about not needing a jail. And an idea came to me. You've heard of the Lincoln bedroom? Selling the Lincoln bedroom? Perhaps you could give a night in the jail to some of these young ones. Or even 30 minutes in the jail. I think that would be amazing. And if you haven't been there, spend a few minutes in the jail. It is third world country stuff. I hate to burst your bubble, but what you heard tonight is not representative of the county. When we've been in this process, not 6 months, not 7 months, but I think the first introduction by Mark Personius at the Planning Commission was almost 3 years ago. I can't, I went through some of my papers this afternoon to try to document it, but it's been long. There was hearings in this chamber for, I don't know how long. But anyway, to watch the process and how it came about, it's not the first time. All I can say is there's a higher authority that says, as a man sows, so shall he also reap. And we're all, me, you, we're all
30 seconds,
responsible for our
please.
actions. And so everything comes out in the wash. You know the amount of time that's gone into the jail planning, 20 years. You know the need. If something happens, if something shakes a little bit, we have a responsibility for health and safety as far as a jail before the possibility, the potential of a train derailing or something. The jail is more needed. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak during open session? You can't speak during open
Why?
session.
I
Go
just-
ahead. You got
I just want, somebody brought it up.
She only got
gotta
3
go
minutes?
down there.
Oh, yeah? I will if you really want me to, but that's going to waste time.
30 seconds, please.
Somebody brought it up. Somebody brought it up at the hearing about why would a jail that was only built 30 years ago need to be replaced? Well, that is a darn good question. It was built crappy to begin with. You should have seen who was in charge and the things that went on, and it was disgusting. And we made the executive and the deputy executive promise that we're going to know every single thing that's going on with any new jail that gets built. That didn't happen before. And so, yeah. And I love the idea of putting all kinds of services for people, but that's beside the point. That jail should have lasted 50, 60 years, but it was built horribly.
Okay, go ahead. Come on ahead.
Just had to stick that in.
My name's Isaac Post. I didn't mean to
Yeah, you went
be on the list of things. I thought that was a sign in earlier. With the jail, I think that there is a lot of support for trying to improve the conditions of the jail. And there's a lot of support for people wanting to look at making sure that there aren't third world conditions, that it isn't a terrible spot. But I think that a lot of people, myself included, don't want a brand new jail to be built outside of city of Bellingham, or at least far away from the courthouse. We don't want to dramatically increase capacity, because we believe that, I'm saying the people who are arguing this, believe that we can find solutions to decrease the amount of people incarcerated, that we can put that money into housing first, or into providing social services. I know I read a Bellingham Herald article about a year ago where a man went to a bank and requested, I think it was $100. He said, "I don't have a gun. I will wait outside until the police arrive, but this is a bank robbery." He explained that the reason he did that was because he needed health services that he could not get anywhere but the jail. He needed a place to sleep that he could not get anywhere else from the jail. We need to solve the crisis so people aren't seeking jail in order to escape the atrocities that we have given them. And I don't believe that spending $112 million on a new jail is going to solve the issues that are facing people like that man. Thank you.
Excuse me, could you either leave your name and number, or if you don't want your name and number out there, could you, I'm in the book, would you give me a call, either or? You could leave it with her if you.
Anyone else care to speak at the open session? Seeing none, we'll close the open session and move to the consent agenda.
Just a sec.
Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance and Administrative Services Committee met today. There is 4 items in the consent agenda listed in the packet. We actually considered 6, of which 2 I will read into the record later on. Of the 6 that were considered, 5 were approved with a vote of 2-0 with Mr. Mann excused, and I so move those, and then to read those into the record. Number 5 was to request approval for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Covenant Consultants for the continuation of consulting services related to the research and valuation defence of the recent property appraisal appeals filed by BP Oil Refinery in the amount of $65,000 for a total amended contract amount of $130,000. And item 6 was request authorisation for the county executive to enter into a contract with Alvarez and Marshall Valuation Services LLC for the purposes of consultation associated with the valuation of BP West Coast Products LLC. As I said, of these, the items 2 through 6 received approval of 2-0, and I so move.
Okay, it's been, items 2 through 6 have been moved. Discussion?
Yeah, I want item 1. Oh, I guess.
We're going to come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Yep.
So items 2 through 6?
Oh, yeah. On that, the one about, this really upset me when that woman got up and said they're doing something to the county by questioning their taxes. I'd like to know that people question their taxes, and whatever it comes out to be is what it comes out to be. And somebody even wrote us an email saying they're extorting us. Well, they're going through the same legal process that everybody goes through when they think there's something wrong on their taxes. And I just felt like just because it's a big corporation, let's just say they're evil and they're doing all this stuff, and I'm getting tired of it. They're not doing anything different from anybody else. And now we're going to get to the bottom of it, which I think we should be able to get to the bottom of it anyway. So I just think, you know, they need to read the 4 agreements. Never assume anything.
Any other discussion on items 2 through 6?
We actually, well, sorry, you have a motion, we don't have a second.
Second.
You don't need a
Oh,
second.
sorry, you're right. I should wait.
Yeah. It's getting late.
It is getting late. Any more discussion on items 2 through 6? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, item 1 was discussed by the committee, and it received a vote, one yes, 1 abstention, and Mr. Mann excused, so it failed, but I put it forward to the full council for consideration, and I have comments.
Okay, so we have a motion before the council. The recommendation from the committee is against. That's what you said?
It failed. It received 1 vote of yes, 1 abstention, 1 excuse, so it failed.
Okay.
So it's coming with no recommendation.
So no recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't need a second.
No.
No. Okay, well, I just want to say, I thought it was really, I can't remember which one said it, but that whole thing about, oh, we care about public health and safety of a train wreck that, you know, you got more chance of, I don't know, being struck by lightning or something. But this is a real effort, and it's a good location to put in that, and I'm not making light of train wrecks, by the way, but this is a really good program to put in more crosswalks, not just this one, but more crosswalks around the county. And I feel like we've kind of, you know, we've really put the thing in about bikes, but we sure haven't done much for pedestrians. And this is really important. It's a great location for one.
I just want to add that we just heard the testimony that $65,000 have already been spent on the design and going through the bid process and picking the contractor. In addition to that, I know the community has been working for last 3 years on this project. Of course, everything is not perfect all the time. And there was, at least I felt that their need was genuine and the need was there. And I support that we should build this crosswalk.
Process question. Since it came with no recommendation, we don't have a motion on the floor, do we?
I move we do it. Oh, he
I
did.
moved it for consideration of the full
Moved it
council.
for consideration, okay.
Don't you,
Other discussion?
don't you
I
have to
do.
move it for approval? You can vote
Well,
abstain.
consideration is,
Is that what?
Okay.
yeah.
I think it's got to be a motion to pass or.
Why don't you be
pass.
safe and get someone to
I can move it for approval.
Okay,
Okay, and I'll second your motion.
Sure.
and then I have discussion, if I may.
And you what?
I'd like to discuss before you vote.
Okay, go ahead.
So I abstained in the committee meeting. I'm going to abstain now, and I want to explain why. I'm not opposed to a crosswalk at Parkstone. I am, however, opposed to the process that allows this part of the crosswalk to be built ahead of other projects that I think have a much higher priority. In particular, I think we should be building crosswalks out at the Columbia Valley area. We have about 4,000 residents, if I'm correct, almost all of whom live on the opposite side of the road as the school and the community centre. They do not have any adequate crosswalks out there. We've got kids who are dodging traffic trying to get to school. And I think the appropriate thing is that the process should have allowed those ones to be built ahead of the Parkstone one, and the Parkstone one should have been slotted in accordance to a scale based on need in reference to other facilities around the county. Again, I'm not opposed to the crosswalk. I am opposed to the process, so I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I really don't agree with the logic because Parkstone is all county road. We don't have to do anything, and we have pushed for crosswalks out at Columbia Valley for years. It's not something we can do by ourselves. It's something our staff has been pushing for. It's like comparing apples and oranges. They just do not have anything to do with each other. Yes, we absolutely desperately and have for many years needed crosswalks, at least one, out at Columbia Valley. But the steps we have to go through to do that are completely different than what we have to do for this. This is a needed crosswalk too. That's like saying, well, you know, your cancer's not terminal yet. To me, it's just as bad.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Brown's comments, but following up on what Councilmember Brenner said, the Columbia Valley situation is a state highway, as I understand it. We've
Yep.
gone through that with staff, so if we tried to go through this process with that context, we couldn't. But I hope we can do both. I support this one.
Mr. Brown.
I recognise that up in Columbia Valley, because it is a state highway, it is more difficult. But in listening to Joe Rutan this morning, it was clearly not impossible. It just had some challenges associated with it. And I just want to remind people that I think there's been at least 4 deaths that I know of with pedestrians up at Columbia Valley. And that's not just a crosswalk issue. It's because there's a lack of sidewalks up there and a lack of illumination. But they have virtually no pedestrian infrastructure up there, a high traffic count of kids. And I'm sorry, I just maintain they should be at the top of the list, and we should be doing whatever we can to solve that problem first.
Did you have your hand up? Well, I'm not letting it go. They're not at all the same. I would have liked us to have done Columbia Valley years ago when we put in the resource center. And we talked about it then, and it was still the process. And Public Works wants it. It's not like they haven't. It's just, and what is it, COG, Council of Governments. I mean, there's so many steps that we have to go through, and sometimes they just depend on what the state's willing to do and when. And we can only do what we can do. I think they're both real important, and one shouldn't preclude the other.
Mr. Donovan.
And I look forward to us pushing that Columbia Valley thing in the transportation improvement plan that we just got today.
Yep, I do too.
We can all work on that.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of the The motion to approve, signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, so we have 5 to 1 to 1.
Correct.
To 0.
It passes 5 to 1 to 1.
You guys did a good job. They did.
Okay, from Natural Resources.
Okay, we had a couple of things in natural resources this morning. The only one we need to vote on this evening was a recommendation from a resolution affirming the PDR Oversight Committee ranking and authorizing the Whatcom County Purchase of Development Rights Administrator and Whatcom County Executive to proceed with the acquisition process for the 2016 applications. This includes 6 applications to move forward with purchase and 4 for the appraisals. And I so move.
Second. Doesn't need a second.
Doesn't need a second.
Doesn't need a second.
I take it back.
Save
You're gonna
it
take
for
it
later.
Safety second.
Discussion.
I hate these seconds.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 7-0. Back to finance.
Mr. Chair, the next item was an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 3.08 purchasing system. This was discussed and moved for approval in committee, but there's been a slightly revised version, which is this one here.
Yep.
And the 2 changes for this from the one in the packet is that the sunset clause has now been changed to December 31st, 2018, as opposed to 2017. And we've added the words at the end of the sunset provision that says all contracts will be administered by the purchasing ordinance in a place at the time the contract was signed. And the purpose of that is to make sure that if the sunset provision kicks in, that anything we previously approved prior to the sunset condition can be completed as opposed to be forced to stop. So anyway, so I would move the amended version for consideration for council.
I second that.
And that came with a recommendation.
They came with a recommendation of 2-0 with Mr. Mann excused.
Okay,
I can't-
discussion?
Sunset.
Yes, Ms. Brenner?
Before I start ranting, did that need a second?
No.
Okay.
Well, we got one anyway. So.
You know, it used to be so much more simple when we didn't have to do seconds, and I'm bringing that back up. I think it's outrageous what
I have one question about I don't think the amendment, I could be wrong, but the last sentence on 3.08135, the all contracts will be administered, I don't know if that was forwarded this morning from finance, or if that was something that was placed in this
That came from,
between committee.
the executive's office.
So that should probably be moved and approved by the council, that extra change there, because that didn't come forward from the committee.
Okay, so what we need is an amendment, a moved
To the-
amendment.
So I move an amendment to the previously considered.
That needs a second.
And I got the leftover second.
So I second that. Okay. Yeah, one. Okay.
Discussion, Ms. Brenner?
I'm not supporting it because, again, it's just trying to it's putting lipstick on a pig. We are giving up our duties to the executive's office. And by the way, nothing personal about the executive. He doesn't even look like a pig. But I do think that we're, little by little, we are allowing all of our authority to be usurped by the executive. And I don't blame him for doing it. But our job is to be that check and balance and not let stuff like this happen. And this keeps going on and on about, it's so much more efficient to do this and it'll save time. And I don't think our government puts time and efficiency before transparency and public input. And sure, this will be available. If people want to get on a list, that was brought up today. If anybody from the public's interested, they can contact the exec's office and be put on a list to receive all the paper. They'll just get inundated with paperwork, and they're not even going to know what it's about. It's our discussions that bring a lot of these issues forward. And I just think we've already done it. You guys have already done it, whoever was on the council when it happened. More and more and more are giving up our budgeting authority. So,
Mr. Donovan?
I I appreciate this concern, but there is explicit language that it was amended and added in at some point here, that no administrative contract amendment may exceed the authorized expenditure authority. So we still retain the ability to approve the contracts, and any increases, they cannot increase anything beyond what's been approved by this council.
Okay, let's don't steer off this amendment.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm right back with what he said. Is
No,
that
no,
what you?
the amendment is,
Oh, yeah.
all
Oh, I'm
contracts
sorry.
will be
All right.
administered by.
I got steered by
I'm ready to fight with you on that one, but go ahead.
just this one line.
Yeah, we're voting on amendment right now. All contracts will be administered by the purchasing ordinance in place at the time the contract was signed. That's
Yeah.
the amendment.
But it's part of the whole thing, and I'm not going to.
That's fine. I just
Let's
didn't
vote
want
on that and we can talk
go
about
into-
it.
Okay. No, he was, okay.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed. Now we're back to the ordinance.
No, go ahead. What-
Okay, I
Now,
will
Mr.
set this back up again, but
Yeah.
I just want to point
Oh,
out that
yeah.
there is language in the revised ordinance that says we retain the ability and the authority to approve all contracts, and any increases up to 10% of the contract amount, that the executive's office cannot go beyond whatever we originally authorized the contract at. They can make changes within the band of what we've authorized the contract at.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, they can make changes within what's in the budget, and there's no way, our budget process is as bad as the comp plan process. I mean, it's just so much stuff, and we always feel like we had a safeguard because we always, any contracts had to come to us, except the really smaller ones. Little by little by little, they've increased the amount that the executive can go over, and we've already surpassed what they should be able to go over without bringing it to us. And it really bothers me because it just keeps happening in little pieces. And this is what's happened now. Yeah, he cut back a little, but it's still way more than he had. And I shouldn't say he, whoever's the executive. This is, again, giving up our authority as budgeters to have that second bite at the apple more and more and more. And say we end up someday having a really not so honest executive. All they have to do is spend all the money they're allowed to spend and then come back to us and say, now we need more money. And we weren't involved till they got there. So I don't think it's a good idea, and I think it may not be illegal, but it does, to me, fly in the face of the whole charter.
Mr. Brown?
So I just want to, for the benefit of the public, I just want to outline the 4 basic changes to this. The first is that we've requested a significant increase in the process to encourage more competitive bids, so that we both make local vendors aware of opportunities to do business with the county, but we also foster more competition and hopefully drive down the cost of stuff that we're purchasing. The second change is the executive had a authorization limit of about $25,000. We've increased that to 40, and then we've made that the same for Public Works. The next one is that we have required that any informational materials promoting things like specific capital projects or levies have to go through the county council first before they're approved. And then to the degree that Ms. Brenner is concerned about us giving up control, that only really applies to the
Projects.
major projects, but, sorry, what was it, the? Change orders. Project-based budget, sorry. The project-based budget items, which we heard from Mr. Rutan today, is at the moment we've probably only got 3 projects on the horizon that would be likely to fall into that category, and it just requires us to do more due diligence up front at the beginning of the process, approve it, and then allow the county to execute that on the most efficient process on a multi-year basis if they need to. So I would speak in support of all the amendments for this.
Ms. Brenner?
I have no problem with the one about making sure we have more people on the list to be notified when contracts are being let. But, saying, well, it only went from 25 to 40,000, that's a biggie. I mean, that is a very big issue. And if we only have 3 that are around now, what is it such a big deal that it doesn't come back to us? This whole idea that this will save us time, well, the less we do, the more time will be saved, for sure. I have no doubt about that. But that's not the intent of our charter. And we just keep doing it little by little. And when is it going to stop? I think it should have stopped already.
Mr. Sadoo.
I have been on the council probably the very short time, and Barbara has been probably the longest. And what I have noticed in last year or so, we still, the council, we mean council still relies on the report from the staff. It happens either maybe not at the budget time, but when the project is coming, and we get 25, 30 pages, and we go through that, but I have never seen that there is any change made, or the engineering design has been contested, or even the rates were in the bid process, the rates have been. I don't think that we as council member have that expertise or ability that if the change order comes, we're going to still rely on the staff report. If it comes to us first during the budget time or comes later. But I haven't seen anywhere that it came the second bite of the apple, that we did anything with that bite.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I've certainly done it. I mean, I probably have lost the vote, but when I get that stuff, no, I'm not an expert, but I take it to people who I know are experts on this, because it's not up to me. No offense, we got great staff. This is not personal. It's not my business to trust what staff says. It's my business to figure it out too, so I know what I'm doing. Otherwise, why have a council?
Mr. Weimer.
I'd like to offer an amendment to .090 contracts. We talked about
What
this.
page?
It's page 4 of the this version. We talked about this morning. We eliminated the monetary amount and just went with the percentage, which really makes it difficult for the administration when it's a small contract, but allows them to spend a lot of money if it's a big contract.
Right.
So my amendment would be to make it read so it says contracts that require county council approval per 3.08.100 may be administratively amended to a cumulative amount not to exceed $10,000 or 10% of the contract amount, whichever is greater.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second. We'll start here, Mr. Brown.
Interesting point. Mr. Lowes actually raised the same question with me, and we talked through it. And then my read of this is that they have the ability to approve a contract up to the $40,000 limit. So if it is a small contract, they can, let's say it's a $5,000 contract, they're not limited to only being able to approve a $500 variance. They can approve a variance up to the $40,000 limit. If it's the $40,000 limit, then the maximum they could do is $4,000, which would be 10% of $4,000, 10% of $40,000.
Mr. Schroeder, do you agree with that? Because this is talking about administratively amending, not passing the contract.
Well, this because remember, this only applies to contracts that require county council approval.
Right.
So that's anything, by definition, anything over 40,000 anyway.
Right. So if we approved a $41,000 one, this would allow them to amend it up to $4,100.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so a $10,000 limit would allow that $4,100 amendment to be up to $10,000 on those smaller contracts that require council approval between probably $40,000 and $100,000.
But I think Executive Laus mentioned this morning there was a couple of times in the past couple of years where it became an issue.
He did. So this amendment would provide a little bit of flexibility up to about those $100,000 contracts.
I don't have an objection to it other than the fact that I don't think it's necessary. But I'm not going to argue the point.
Mr. Sadoo was next.
Actually, if you remember, very first time we discussed this thing, I was more worried about the 10% part of than $4,100, but at $4,000. So I remember that I was talking about 10% or $250,000, whichever is lower, because that puts that contract could be $10 million or $50 million or $1 million. What it does is it caps the authority to $250,000 or less, like 10%, or whichever is lower. Original wording was 10% or X dollars, whichever is higher. And I pointed out at that time as well that it should be cap on total. That's where we really make a difference, that when the amount is big, $4,100 or $4,700, I mean, how much are you going to dispute that? But if it is a $5 million project and they have a way to do $500,000 10%, I'd rather have that come to us that way. So that was my original thought, even when we started with this.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, why don't we just put a little teeny amount, like, let's go back, it says not to exceed 20,000, that's what we're moving from. So why don't we just leave it at 20,000 and just not do this whole thing?
I really don't believe that 20,000 in this day and age. This is probably 25 years old number.
Oh, we've done it, I'm trying to think, it was
well, still,
a few years ago.
when executive is, or the administration is spending several tens of millions of dollars, and we are trying to do is putting $20,000 as a limit, is really not control, it's nitpicking.
Other discussion? Ms. Brenner?
I think that all depends on who you ask. If
We're working on
it's-
Mr. Weimer's amendment of
Okay.
$10,000 or 10%, correct?
Whichever is.
Yeah, but he said whichever is greater, too.
It was the
How about whichever
greater.
is less?
So do we have a second for that?
Yes.
Friendly amendment, would you change it to whichever is less?
Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
So,
Aye.
sorry, what is the, it is just the way it is written right now? That's what we're voting on, or no amendment?
No, it's,
Is it 10,000 or 10%?
yes, whichever,
Okay. I don't agree with that, but I can support that, because I think $10,000 is too little an amount.
Well, it's 10,000 on top
Or
of the
10%.
40.
Or
Or 10,000 on 40,000. Okay,
Yeah,
I get it.
right.
Yes, okay, I get it.
okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, is this substantive enough that we need to reintroduce, or are we okay? We're okay. Okay. Mr. Weimer?
I guess I just like to bring up a discussion about the sunset provision, because I'm not real hot on sunset provisions of things that we can amend anytime we want anyway. So why build in a sunset provision? You know, I think this has been amended twice, at least, while I've been on the council. So do we really need a sunset provision built into this when we could amend it next month if we wanted to go through all this again?
Mr. Brown?
I put that in there, frankly, to try and address Ms. Brenner's concerns. If the will of the council is to remove it, I'm not going to object. For the reasons you stated.
Mr. Sadoo?
I'm really in favor of sunset clauses. I think almost everything we do, especially with money or program, there should always be sunset clause. Because what it does is it's a mechanism like a tickler file. It reminds you. We got to look at it again. Some previous council 10, 12 years ago did some program or provisions, and then it's like layers. The layers keep going on, and we have no ability to peel off those layers and look back at them. But having a sunset clause, if it is good, just say, yes, yeah, we all approve it. But it forces us to revisit that topic. So that's why I'm in big favor of sunset clause.
Okay, before we keep going down that road, we don't have a motion to do anything.
Okay, it was just a discussion.
Carl didn't make a motion.
I was just interested if other people, we hadn't discussed the reasoning behind the sunset clause, but Mr. Sadoo's reasoning was pretty good.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, that reasoning doesn't solve my problem, because one thing I have noticed is once something gets passed, it's a lot harder to get it unpassed, even in 2 years. So,
Well, this makes it automatically unpass.
Yeah.
no, not really. I've seen the council look at stuff and just go, yeah, well,
It has to be renewed, though.
so what? That's like a piece of paper and somebody giving us a presentation.
Okay, we're back to the ordinance itself. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes?
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
No.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Red Brown.
Yes.
That passes 5-2 with Councilmember Brenner and Mann opposed.
Mr. Chair, the next one should be a little less controversial. It's item 3, an ordinance amending the 2016 Whatcom County budget, 13th request in the amount of $161,200. This received a vote of 2-0. Mr. Mann excused, and I so move.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Discussion?
Wait a minute. Which motion?
This is item 3 under
Under other items. from
Oh,
finance.
under other, oh, yeah, okay.
Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes. That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, the next 2 items, the council is acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors, the first of which is to request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and the City of Linden for the city's Pepin Creek project and design of bank stabilization measures along Double Ditch Creek in the amount of $210,000. This received a vote of 2-0 with Mr. Mann excused, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item is request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and Anchor QEA LLC for engineering design assistance for the Harbourview Road Drainage Improvement Project in the amount of $105,440. This received a vote of 2-0 with Mr. Mann excused, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion on the table. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, there was nothing else from Finance.
Thank you. From this afternoon's Special Committee of the Whole, we have an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan designation in the Smith Road Guide Meridian area from rural to rural community and amending the official Whatcom County zoning map from R5A to RIM. And the recommended motion is forward this for concurrent review along with other comprehensive plans.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd
That passes.
Donovan.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Also from Special Committee of the Whole, we have a resolution accepting the Whatcom County Coordinated Water System Plan. That received a vote of 6-0 recommendation to the council, and I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Just one quick, if we do that as committee of the whole, why can't that be the final vote?
You're still acting as a committee, so that committee is forwarding a
Even though it's-
recommendation to the council.
Yeah, okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Can I just would like to say on the record, there is language in there now that procedurally shows that after it was approved by the WOOC, that there were comments added with staff and the Lummi Nation that were added as, and they're fine. That gave us the correct procedural part of it. So, thank you.
Okay. The next item is a resolution amending Resolution 2016-027 regarding comprehensive plan and zoning amendments.
So
And
moved.
this, where am I?
Oh, sorry, this was the,
Right.
sorry, I withdraw my motion
Yeah,
to the.
yeah, I wanted to clarify what this was.
Yeah, sorry.
So this is a resolution that the Committee of the Whole voted down, 1 to 5, with Ms. Brenner being in support of. Do we just bring that forward with no recommendation, and we need a new motion, correct? So the floor is open for a motion on that.
I wasn't for this. This is
yours.
This is yours.
Oh, mine. Oh, that one. Okay, yes. I thought you meant the whole comp plan.
You vote against your own thing.
No, I didn't know it was coming up tonight. I thought because you guys voted it down in committee.
So we need a new motion.
I move that we approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I won't support the motion because I was, I'll say again, not
Okay.
fond of sending anything to the planning commission.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. That fails.
How
one.
did Ken vote?
He voted no.
Sorry, Barbara.
No, yeah. I'll remember this.
That's 1 to 6 with Council Member Brenner in favor.
It's been a long
Okay,
time.
so now we're at the confirmation of the jail stakeholder work group members. It's in the red.
Mr. Chair, you've got an ordinance before that.
Pardon
One
me?
before that.
You've got number 9 first.
Oh, sorry. Ordinance adopting development regulations and comprehensive plan amendments relating to the 2016 plan periodic update. This received a 2 to 0, or I mean, 5, it's been too long a day.
This is another one that's just going to be forwarded for concurrent review.
Yes, this is also to forward for concurrent review, and it received a unanimous vote this afternoon as far as the recommendation to the council.
Well, wait a second. A unanimous vote. This was the, to move the comprehensive plan forward.
This
No.
is the development regulations,
Okay, remind me.
the
Development.
changes to the development regulations that bring them into line with the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Well, where's that one? Hold on. Aren't we supposed to vote on the comprehensive plan tonight?
You've already voted to put that forward for concurrent review,
Okay.
which will happen in a
We're
few
headed
minutes
there
from now.
next.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay. Boy, this is confusing.
So
right.
the ordinance developing development regulations and comprehensive plan amendments relating to the 2016 comprehensive plan periodic update, and I move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppo-
This is
opposed?
actually a roll call again.
I think
Oh.
so.
It's not passing the ordinance, it's just, we do a roll call when we're forwarding it for concurrent
Okay,
review
yeah.
also.
Six.
Satpal
I-
Sidhu?
I- I
Wait,
went
Yes.
blue.
Hold on. Let me just get there. Okay.
You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you ready?
No
Any discussion? Okay, could you please call the roll?
Satpal Sidhu?
Yes.
Carl Weimer?
Yes.
Barbara Brenner?
Yes.
Red Brown?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Ken Mann?
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Next item is confirmation of the jail stakeholder work group members. The additional information is in the red packet. Just to get back to council on the issue of the small cities representation, I contacted I went through the port who facilitates the small city caucus and told them our concerns and how we wanted a kind of an explanation of why they didn't appoint a council person along with the mayor, and they came back and appointed a council person. So that's cleared up. Ms. Brenner?
Actually, what I think we said is we're not, it's going to be a council person and the mayor. It's not going to be.
We asked for council, we asked for clarification.
We did? I
So
just.
we ended up at the same place. We have
Okay.
a council member.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, except,
So I would move approval of, or confirmation of that group.
I second that.
Okay? Discussion? Yes.
Have you heard from Nooksack Tribal Council and the other tribe? Because I think they have not given a name yet.
Not yet. We just haven't heard back.
Okay.
So we had to move forward.
Okay. Sure.
And we would look forward to getting someone.
right. He's a good guy.
Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, as much as I like quite a few of these people, I'm not going to support it because I just think it's way too heavily weighted on the political side and not on the people who actually have connections with the jail. And I've thought all along that to work on something like this, it should be the people, at least mostly the people who are most involved. And it's, what is it, 2/3 politicians and just a few citizens. I like who they are, but I just don't like how we spread this out.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor of confirmation, signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed. Next item, now we're into the comprehensive plan amendments. The first item is ordinance adopting the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan amendments relating to the 2016 Comprehensive Plan Update and Urban Growth Area Review, and I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I'm not going to discuss any of these. Because it's late and I talked about them today and, so remember.
Okay.
I'm not going to make a big deal.
Seeing no discussion, please call the roll.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed. The next item is ordinance adopting development regulation and comprehensive plan amendments relating to the 2016 comprehensive plan periodic update. To entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Didn't you say you'll entertain a motion?
Yeah, did you say you moved it?
I'll move approval, yeah.
Good for you.
See?
And Mr. Donovan seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next item is an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan designation in the Smith Road Guide Meridian area from rural to rural community and amending the official Whatcom County zoning map from R5A to RIM.
I'll move
Move
approval.
approval.
Oh, I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Mann has moved and Ms. Brenner has seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Now, we are at the point where we need a motion to vote and approve all of the above adopted comprehensive plan amendments concurrently.
Move approval?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
No.
Okay, we're on to introduction items. Do we have a motion to introduce?
I'll move approval. Did we add any more to introduction? Do we have any new additions? Okay, yeah, I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. One other point of business that I wanted us to take care of. It's come up that we may or may not need the language in the open session that's in the agenda that we can't talk about, that the audience can't talk about Gateway Pacific Terminal. So I
We're
just.
free, huh?
It's our decision.
Oh. Oh, well.
So if, I just wanted to formalize it so we're all, you know, we have a majority agreement to drop that out of the agenda. So I need a motion.
I'll move to remove that line.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Brenner.
Well, I never heard from our attorney, so I think as much as I hate to hold things up, I would like to go into executive session to hear from our attorney. I'm sorry, but I do like to hear attorney's advice.
So you're moving to go to executive session now?
Well, who gave you the information that we could do that?
The information I got is I could have made that decision myself,
Huh?
but I didn't. I wanted to bring it before the council.
So you didn't talk to our attorney about it?
She was consulted, yeah.
What does that mean?
There was never any formal action to put it in to begin with. It was just done.
Yeah, but it was done after we discussed it with
But
legal.
there was no resolution, there was no formal instrument that placed it in the agenda, so.
I know, but it was done after we got legal advice. Now we're just not gonna?
We have a motion and a second to drop it.
Speak in favor of the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of de facto stumbled into not enforcing this, and there's some public perception that it's unfairly being enforced one way but not another way, and I think in reality it's just we're not gaveling people to stop talking when they mention GPT. We're in open public meetings, so there's no problems with ex parte communication. So I think it's almost like it's already happened, and the only change would be we just don't read that one sentence at the beginning of the meetings.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I'm going to abstain. I just really do think that we deserve, if some of us who want to get a legal opinion on it, if that ever happens and we're quasi-judicial, I don't want anything to prevent me from voting.
Well, so we can wait another 2 weeks to do this, but.
Yeah, this is
just.
It's fun.
Well, no, we don't.
No, it's just.
No, we don't.
As if there's concern that you want to consult.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, nobody wants to but me, but that doesn't, I don't want to support something if people aren't. How about if you wait 2 weeks and let me I might be able to support it.
Well, we need 5 weeks or 4 weeks,
right.
or whatever those
Whatever.
numbers are. So.
We're not having any
Yes, no,
meetings
we don't have
in
any more
between,
meetings, right.
so why don't you just let me,
Well, a motion to table, we'll do that
motion to table
until our next meeting.
until our next meeting.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Brown?
Does the county's council have a comment on this?
The council's council.
The county council's council.
I don't,
Not something I want to talk about publicly, but I'm happy to talk with the council if anybody has questions about it.
Then I would support us having a discussion in executive session before we do this. So the motion was to push it off until.
Motion is to table.
Yeah.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes unanimously to table till our next meeting. Committee reports. Back down to natural resources.
Yeah, the other item we had besides the PDRs this morning was a discussion regarding the outcomes of the county's agricultural watershed project. And that was the project where they were trying to measure costs and benefits both to the watersheds and to ag users. And, they've gone through that whole grant project. I don't think it came out exactly as they thought it would. But there's lots of good information there that can be used, especially as our planners throughout the county move forward on looking at TDRs, PDRs, and those types of things. So I don't think it was a lost effort. I think a lot of good stuff came out of it that hopefully will show back up in the future.
Yes,
Can I comment on it? I just think it's interesting how there were people who actually spoke this evening about, oh, yeah, let's move to a workable transfer of development rights program. Like, we have been trying to do that for years and years and years, and it hasn't happened yet. So you stick it in a document, and all of a sudden, and it says workable. It's got to work. So I just thought that was kind of ironic that we've been trying to do it for years, but so far we haven't come up with a workable one.
Okay. That's it from Natural Resources?
Yep.
How about Public Works? You had some.
We had some interesting
discussions
stuff,
today.
yeah. We had a discussion regarding jail booking restrictions. The sheriff came and made I thought it was a really good presentation, real clear. Of course, there doesn't seem to be agreement between the city and the county about what's what, but he said it right in order and everything. But it seems like whatever was wrong is getting fixed, because now the city seems to agree with the sheriff to use option 1, so that takes care of it. Everything's better, and I thought he made a very good. He presented it very well. The next thing was a discussion of a proposed ordinance adopting regulations relating to smoking and vaping in public places, and that was another real interesting one. I think this was the one that was proposed by the Public Health Advisory Board, and this is going to be coming back for us to be finalizing, working on it, and there'll be a public hearing on it too, because it's an ordinance. So stay tuned. Last, but definitely not least, was the discussion of a proposed resolution approving the Whatcom County 6-year Transportation Improvement Program for 2017 through 2022. And I totally agree. I think we need to make sure we get that proposal. I don't know if it's in there yet, but we need to get it before we pass this as a 6-year improvement plan. We need to get that Columbia Valley, prioritizing the Columbia Valley crosswalks, because we built that huge resource center, and the school too. They're both on one side of the road, and everybody lives on the other side. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. So let's make sure we get that in 2 weeks when this is on.
Okay.
Or 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Oh, wow. 5 weeks.
Okay, we'll go to any other business?
There was one other item from Finance, Mr. Chair, which was discussion of the proposed ordinance amending the Whatcom County Code Title II Administration and Personnel, and to add language related to an increase in the number of Whatcom County Council districts. And I'm just blanking on what did we decide to do with that?
We made so many amendments to it, I just decided to just reintroduce it on the 13th. A nice, clean version.
So as the boss says, we're reintroducing it.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine.
It was too messy.
We all understand our role.
That was, what was that, like 3 weeks ago we did that? Oh, no, that was this morning.
That's right. No other business from Finance.
Any new business from Mr. Weimer?
Nope.
None here?
No.
Council member updates?
The only thing I'll mention is yesterday the Federal Administrator of the Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, part of the DOT, was here in town. I got to spend about 5 hours with her, got to walk through Whatcom Falls Park where the pipeline failed in '99, and then on our way to lunch, we got stopped by an oil train, which she's also in charge of, and we got to sit there and watch the oil train go by, so we had a good discussion about the safety of rail cars, too.
So first off, I don't believe that was coincidental.
We arranged that.
I have one item, which is that the WACO conference, Washington Association of Counties Conference, is up. It's going to be on September 27th to 30th. I wanted to bring that to the council's attention, and then find out if there's anybody who would like to go. I'm actually interested in going, and Washington Association of
No, I know,
Counties.
where is it, where they have it?
Spokane.
Oh.
That's
The
the only
Dallas
part.
part.
Yeah.
That's the bad.
Well, the hotel's okay, but it's a pain to get there. So I would like to have the permission from the council to attend. Well, no, because it's well, I don't know the correct process, but it's going to involve obviously expenses. And then I also wanted to encourage Mr. Donovan and Mrs. Sadoo to consider attending as well.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's your travel budget, so
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
you can manage that.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Mann, do you have any council member updates for us?
Just want to recognize everyone's hard work on the comp plan and thank everybody, administration, the council staff, and of course my fellow council members just for all the hard work. Thank you for all of it, and that's it.
Okay, and ditto for me, the staff worked really hard, everyone involved, the public has come out and really given us a lot of good feedback, a lot of good input, and I think we're done for a while. Ms. Brenner?
We're done.
Okay, Mr. Donovan?
We're never done.
For what?
We're done for 5 weeks.
Yeah. Mr. Sadoo?
Yeah, I just attended the employee barbecue, Whatcom County employee barbecue. I think that was fun, and Jack and Cindy were serving ice cream and berries. It was wonderful.
Good. Well, everybody, we shall, since there's nothing else on the agenda, thank goodness, see you back here in 5 weeks. Have a great time off. We are adjourned.
You wait 15 more minutes, it'll.